Hi, welcome back to another interesting project development in React and Spring Boot. If you are visiting my YouTube channel very first time, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. I create videos on React, Spring Boot, full stack development, project based videos I will upload. If that sounds interesting, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Also like this video. If you like this video, comment on this video. It will motivate me to create more such videos for you. In this project, we are going to create a complete authentication system in React and Spring Boot. We are going to create the REST APIs in Spring Boot and we are going to secure those REST APIs using the Spring security. We are going to use the JWT token based mechanism to secure the REST APIs. We will also add the email functionality. Once the user is registered to the system, we are going to send the welcome email. And also we are going to trigger the emails whenever the user has forgotten the password. To reset the password, we are going to send the one-time passwords to their email addresses. Also, we are going to verify the registered email address by sending the one-time OTPs. This is going to be a fun and interesting project. If you want to learn the how authentication works in Spring Security, how we can add the Spring Security in the full stack development, then this video is for you. You can also download the source code. I drop a link in the description section of this video. Go ahead and grab the source code. Once you complete the project, deploy it to any cloud services, either Heroku or Railway or AWS, and share the live link in the comment section of this video. I would love to see your project as well. And one last request, make sure to share this video with all of your networks, share it with WhatsApp group and share it within your college groups. This will help so many students to learn the full stack development, also how we can add the authentication system in the full stack development. That's it for now. Now let's see the demo of the final product that we are going to develop so that you will get the idea what we are going to build at the end. I have already started the development servers, both the front-end application and the back-end application. If you open the IntelliJ IDEA, the Tomcat has been started on the port 8080 and our React application is started on the dev server 5173. This is the home page. This is how it looks like. We have the logo, Authify and the login button and get started. Let's click on this login and this will display the login card. Also, if I click on this sign up, it will also display the create account or the register page. Let's go ahead and create a new account. Let's enter the full name, email address. Make sure to enter the valid email address because the welcome email will be triggered to the registered email address. Let's enter the password. Click on this sign up. You can see account created successfully. We should able to see the email in our inbox. Let's open the Zoho Mail. And you can see we got the welcome email. Welcome to our platform is the subject. If you open this, you will see hello Bhushan, the registered username, and thanks for registering with us. Regards, Authify team. Awesome. Now let's go back and let's go ahead and log in. And if I create one more account and if I click on this sign up directly without entering the details, we get the validation error messages. All right, let's go ahead and log in. I'm going to enter an invalid email address. We get the notification email or password is incorrect. Let's go ahead and enter the correct credentials. Click login. You can see we have logged in and you can see earlier it was Hey Developer. Now it has been changed to Hey Bhushan. We're going to display the logged in username. And you can see the profile icon. On click of this, you will see verify email and log out. First, let's go ahead and verify the email. Click on this. As soon as we click on that, it will automatically trigger the email address and the OTP has been sent successfully to the registered email address. Let's go back and open the Zoho Mail. We should see one more email account verification OTP, and this is how the email templates look like. We are going to design the email templates using the theme leaf. Let's go ahead and copy this and paste it and click on this verify email. OTP verified successfully. Now, if you go to the profile icon, you will see we no longer see the verify email because we have already verified email address and we have removed that option from the drop down. Now let's go ahead and log out. The user has been logged out. Now click on this login. Let's go to the forgot password. Let's enter the the email address. Click submit. You can see password reset OTP sent successfully. We got the notification. Let's go to the inbox. We should see one more email address, forgot your password, and let's copy this OTP, paste it, and click on this verify email, and it will ask you to enter the new password. Let's enter the new password. Click submit. You can see password reset successfully. Now let's go ahead and log in again with old password and let's see what will happen. Click login. You can see we get the email or password is incorrect. Let's enter the correct credentials. Login. We have logged in, and if you look at the drop down, we don't have the verify email option at all. Alright, this is the application that we are going to build. I hope you are going to enjoy this entire video series. Make sure to download the source code. I drop a link in the description section of this video. Let's begin the development. Before we start the development, the prerequisite to this course is you should know the basics of Spring Boot and Spring Framework. I already created a dedicated videos on YouTube. In case if you don't know the basics of Spring Boot, I highly recommend you to check out my premium course on Udemy. I created a structured and easy to understand videos on this course. I highly recommend you to check out this course. You can also learn the Spring Framework by watching my YouTube videos. I highly recommend you to check out this video. Absolutely, you will learn the basics of Spring Framework. Once you learn the Spring Framework, you can easily adopt the Spring security. Next, in case if you want to learn how to deploy the Spring-based applications to the cloud server, then this is a playlist you need to check out. I explained in detail about how you can deploy your Spring-based applications into the cloud service and also how you can add the domain, the GoDaddy domain to your cloud services. Okay, with this, now we can start the development. First, let's set up the development environment. I'm inside the browser. Let me zoom in. First, we need to install the JDK. We are using the JDK 21. Of course, the latest version is 24 as of now. You can install the 24 also, but I highly recommend you to install 21 because I will be using 21. In the browser, search for JDK 21. Select the first link from Oracle. And if you scroll down, depending upon your operating system, you can install or you can download the appropriate file. For example, if you are using Windows, you can download the MSI, or if you are using the Mac OS, you can install or you can download the .dmg file, and you are using the Linux, you can download the first file. Depending upon your operating system, go ahead and download the file and install it. The installation is pretty straightforward. If you have experience with installing any other softwares, you can install it easily. Once you installed it, we have to verify whether it is installed correctly or not, because if you install it properly, it will automatically add the Java path to the environment variables. I will open the terminal. If you are using the Windows, you can open the command prompt and just type the command java-version. This will display the Java version you have installed. I have installed Java 21.0.4, but the latest version for 21 is 21.0.6. You can install either 21.0.4 or 21.0.6. Either software works for you. If you see this version, then you have installed correctly. If you are not able to see this version number, either the Java path did not add it to the environment variables or you have not installed correctly. Make sure to fix this because this is very important. Okay, next we need to install the node as well, because we will be creating the React application and we need the node. Open the browser and search for Node.js and select the first link. At the time of this recording, the latest and stable version is 22.14.0. You can go ahead and download this and install it on your own. Again, the installation is pretty straightforward. I have installed, let me check which version I have installed. You can install the same version which I have installed. Just type node hyphen version. I have forgotten the command. Yes, it is node hyphen version, and you will see the version number 20.9.0. This is the version I have installed. But if you have installed 22. Either the higher version, that's completely fine. Or if you want to install the same version, you can go ahead and download and install it. Once you install the node and JDK, next we need the IDE. I will be using two IDE, one IDE for creating the front-end application, another IDE for the backend application. For the backend application, Spring Boot REST API, I will be using IntelliJ IDEA. Just search for IntelliJ IDEA, select the first link. There are two versions in the IntelliJ IDEA. One is Ultimate Edition and the Community Edition. The Community version is free, you can use it. And here you can click on this download. Depending upon your operating system, you can download the file and install it. Again, the installation is pretty straightforward. Once you installed it, next we need to download one more IDE. I'm going to use WebStorm for the React application development. You can use Visual Studio Code as well, but I'm comfortable with JetBrains IDE, so I will be using WebStorm. Just search for WebStorm Community Edition. Select the first link and you can download option. You can click on this, it will automatically download it. If you want to download the Visual Studio Code, you can just for code.visualstudio.com. You will see the download option. You can go ahead and download this. This is also a cross-platform. It is available for all Windows, Mac and Linux. I will be using WebStorm. So if you want to use the same IDE, if you want to follow along with me, just download this. This is also a community edition. It's completely free. You can download this and you can use this. Next, we need the server. I will be using MySQL server. Just search for MySQL server community edition. Select the first link. Click on this download MySQL community edition and you will see this option MySQL community server. Just click on this and scroll down. You will see the various options depending upon your operating system. Go ahead and download the file and install it. Again, the installation is pretty straightforward, but while installing this server, it will ask you to create the user. By default, the user will be root user. For that, you have to enter the password and remember that password because we need that password later to connect to the database. Okay, once you install the server, next we need the IDE to connect with this server. For that, we will be using the MySQL community workbench. So if you go back and you will see this option MySQL workbench, just click on this and you can download this. It will automatically download and it will install it. Once you install this, you can open the MySQL workbench and this is how it looks like. Let me close this. And we need to create the connection. Right now, when you installed it very first time, you will not see any of the connections. Just click on this plus icon and provide the connection name and host name. Just leave as it is. Port also leave as it is. Username, it is user root, and password, you have to enter the password while you installing the software. You have given the password, the same password, enter it here and test the connection. If it is successful, then you are good to go. If you are not able to, if the connection got failed, then something wrong with your installation or you are entered the username or password is wrongly. Make sure to fix that and click OK. It will create the connection. I have already created the connection localhost. If you open this, you will see the different databases. Later, we are going to create the database for our application. Alright, these are the tools required for our development. Go ahead and download these softwares and install it on your own. If you find any difficulties while installing these tools, just let me know in the comment section. I'll try to make a separate video for that. Alright, now we can start the development. The next step is to create the Spring Boot project. Navigate to browser and open start.spring.io. This is the official website to create the Spring Boot project. This is called as Spring Initializer. Inside this, we need to select few options, the project type, which is Maven project, and the language Java, the Spring Boot version. At the time of this recording, the latest and stable version is 3.4.4. Try to avoid the snapshot and M3 versions because these are not the stable versions. And we need to enter the project metadata. I will provide the group ID, the artifact ID, the package name I will leave as it is, and the packaging I select jar, the Java I have installed 21, I'm selecting 21. Let's add the dependencies, the web dependency, Lombok, DevTools, MySQL driver, JPA. Later we are going to add one more dependency, which is the Spring Security. We can also add the validation API if you wanted to validate the Java beans. Now click on this generate. This will download the file in the zip format. Now we have to extract this and we have to open the folder inside the IntelliJ. I have opened the project inside the IntelliJ. If you open it for the very first time, it will take few minutes to download all the dependencies. And if you see these red errors, what you can do is you can just click on this icon and it will resynchronize the application and it will download all the dependencies. Alright, now if you open the pom.xml, you can see all the dependencies which we have added. I'm going to do a small changes here. I'm going to add the Lombok version here. Just add version. We need to find the latest version. Let's head over to browser and navigate to Lombok Maven dependency and go to the Maven repository. The latest version is 1.18.38. Just add this version and copy the same and scroll down. Inside this plugins, let's inside this Lombok add the version as well. Now click on this reload Maven changes. Okay. Next, we need to create the React Vite project. Let's create that. Let's create the React Vite project. Open the terminal and navigate to the folder where you want to create the project. I will navigate to workspace and inside that I have created the React and Spring Boot project. And inside this I'm going to create the React Vite project. npm, enter the command npm create Vite. This will ask you to enter the project name. I will enter client, select the framework. I'm going to select React and select the variant JavaScript. This is created just the skeleton. Now we have to install all the dependencies. To do that, navigate to the project folder and just enter the command npm install. This is going to install all the required dependencies. Okay, it installed all the dependencies. Now we can open this project inside the WebStorm. Let me open WebStorm. Click on this. Let me just cancel this and go to the open and go to the project directory where it is downloaded or where you have created it. Okay, I have opened the project inside the WebStorm. Let me close this readme.md and I'm also going to close this error message. Next, what we need to do is let's open the src and inside the src we have this app.css. We have to remove all of this, but before that, first let's start the application. Open the terminal and enter the command npm run dev. This will start the development server and we can open this inside the browser. Navigate to browser, localhost 5173, and you will see the project is running and these are the default content which is created by Vite. Let's open the IDE and here let's remove all of the app.css content and go to the index.css. Let's remove everything and also inside the index.html. Let me change this title to Authify. And next let's go to the assets inside this React SVG. You can remove this. Let me delete this. You can go to the refactor and click on this save delete and click delete anyway. And also inside this public folder, just remove this also, save delete, click OK. Next let's go to the main.jsx and inside this let's go to the app.css and index.css. Everything is we have removed, and inside this app.jsx let me remove everything. The function, entire function I'm going to remove. I'm going to create a React functional component, and let's remove these import statements and save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see now we have just a text app and we have removed everything. The styling and everything we have removed. Alright, now we have created the React project as well as the Spring Boot project. Now we can start the development. Before we start the development, I'm going to do one last step, which is to create the database. Let's open the MySQL workbench and create a new database. The database name is authify_app. Just execute the command and the database has been created. Just refresh this, you will see the database name. Now we have to configure the data source inside our Spring Boot application using this database. Alright, now we can start the development. Let's configure the data source. Inside the IntelliJ, open the file application.properties file. You can find it inside the resources folder. Let me remove this default property. Let's add the configuration. Authify_app is the database name. Let's verify it. Authify_app and Authify_app. Let's add the username and password. Make sure to change the username and password as per your installation. Let's add the JPA property. This property will allow us to create the tables for us. Let's save this. Let's create the entity. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the base package, create a new package. Entity. Create a class under this entity package. User entity. Let's add the necessary fields. Okay, we have added the necessary fields: ID, name, email, password, verify OTP, is account verified, verify OTP expired at, reset OTP, and reset OTP expired at. Now let's add the JPA annotations. Let's add the column annotation to make the email column as unique. Let's add the JPA annotations entity. Alright, we have added the entity annotation, table annotation, data, builder, all args constructor, no args constructor. Let's add two more fields, created at and updated at. Let's add the annotation creation timestamp and update timestamp. For the created at, let's add the column annotation, make updatable to false. Save this. Create a JPA repository for this user entity. Under the base package, create a new package. This is going to be an interface. This will extend the JPA repository. You need to provide the type, which is user entity, and the primary key type is long. Inside this, I'm going to create a finder method, find by email. This is going to return optional of user entity. Save this. Let's create the request and response objects. Before that, inside the user entity, I will add one more field, user ID. This will also be an unique column. Let's add the unique to true. Now let's create the request and response objects. Open the Project Explorer. Under the base package, create a new package, IO package. Create a new request object, profile, request. Let's create the response object as well, profile response. Inside the request object, let's add the fields. The client will send the details, name, email, and password. Let's add the Lombok annotations. Inside the profile response, let's return the user ID. Let's add the annotation, data, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder. In the profile response, we are returning the user ID, name, email, and is account verified. Let's save this. Let's create the service classes. Open the Project Explorer. Under the base package, create a new package. Under this, create an interface and the implementation class. Profile service. This is going to be interface. Under the same package, create an implementation class. This is going to implement the profile service. Let's add the service annotation. Inside this, let's define a method, create profile. This will accept the profile request as a parameter, and this will return the profile response. Let's override the method. Let's inject the user repository. Let's add the required args constructor. Inside this, we need to first convert this request object to a entity object. Let's convert it. Either we can create a private method or we can directly convert it. I'm going to create a private method. Once we convert it into a user entity, let's save it into the database. We will get the user object back with a ID back, the database created ID. Now we have to again convert this user entity into a profile response. Let's create one more private method. Let's return this. Now let's create this private method, convert to user entity. We can use the builder pattern. Let's set the necessary fields. User ID, we are going to generate it using the UUID. Right now we are just storing the plain password. Later, once we add the Spring security, we are going to encrypt the password and we are going to store it. Is account verified, we are going to set it to false. Reset OTP expired at 0. Verify OTP null. Verify OTP expired at 0. That's it. ID, it will be automatically generated and created at and updated at will also be generated by JPA. And the reset OTP, let's add null. Let's call the build method. We can return this. Now we need to create this private method, create to profile response. Builder name, email, user ID, is account verified. Let's call the build method. Save this. Now our service method is ready to call. Inside our controller, we can call this method. Now let's create the controller. Under the base package, create a new package. Profile controller. Let's add the REST controller annotation. Create a new handler method. This is going to be a post mapping. Accept the parameter using the request body, and we're going to bind the JSON object to the Java object. Profile request. Let's add the response status created. Inside this, let's make use of the service, which is profile service. Let's add the required args and constructor to inject the constructor based injection. Once we get the response from the service, we need to trigger an email for the welcome email. I'm going to just add a comment. Later we will come back and we are going to trigger an email to send the welcome email. Save this. Now our controller is ready to test. We can test the API endpoint. To test the API endpoint, first let's start the application. I'm going to enable the annotation processing for Lombok. You can see the Tomcat is started on the port 8080. Open the Postman, create a new request. This is going to be a post method, localhost 8080 /API /version 1.0 /register. Let me verify the endpoint register. Select the body, select raw, and make sure to select the JSON from the drop down. We need to send the details, name. I'm going to add my name, email, password. Click send. You can see we get the response code, which is 201 created, user ID, name, email, and is account verified false. We can verify it in the database as well. Go to the MySQL workbench. Let me refresh this. and I'm going to write the SQL query, use authify_app, execute this SQL command. This will select the database and show tables. This will display all the tables present inside the database. Right now we have users table, select star from users. You can see a record has been inserted into the database. The is account verified is false, name, password. Right now the password is stored in the plain text. Later we are going to encode it. Next we have the reset OTP null and reset OTP expiration 0 and updated created a user ID and verify OTP null and verify OTP expired at 0. In the response we can also return the created at and updated at, but for now let's keep it simple. We are going to return these information. Now if I try to send a request again with the same details, let's see what will happen. Click send. You can see we get the exception from the database, that is inside the users table we had a duplicate entry. Now our validation is working as expected for the duplicate emails, but however we are adding the constraint inside the table. Let's also add it in the Java layer, that if the user is try to register with a same email address, we will throw an exception. Let's handle that in the Java layer as well. Let's open the IntelliJ, and here let's go to the service, profile service, and inside this create profile. Before we saved into the database, let's actually verify whether the email exists. To do that, inside the user repository, I'm going to create a new method, the JPA method, which is exists by email. This will accept the email as a parameter. This will return Boolean. Now we can check if this method returns true, then we know that the user is already registered with the same address. If this returns false, then we know that the user is creating for the first time. We can allow him to create the account. Let's open the service implementation. Inside this we can write an if condition, user repository dot exists by email, request dot get email, and if it exists, we have to throw an exception. If it is not exist, I'm going to add not condition. If it is not exist, then we need to save it into the database, and we are going to return this. If it exists, then we are going to throw an exception, throw new response status exception, conflict email already exists. Save this. Now we can test the implementation. Let me stop the application, and I'm going to restart the application. Of course, we have added the DevTools. We can configure the DevTools inside the IntelliJ. Let's go to the settings, go to the compiler, and select this build project automatically, and also go to the advanced settings and select this option. Click apply and OK. This will automatically build the application whenever we make any changes. Now let's open the Postman, and I'm going to send the request again, and you can see we get the status code 409 conflict, and we get the error message that is email already exists. Of course, we haven't handled the exception properly, but as of now this status code works perfectly fine. Okay, next we need to handle the validations. If the user or the client did not send name, email address, we have to throw the validation exceptions. Let's open the request object. Let's add the validator annotations. For the name, I will add not blank annotation. For the email, let's add the email annotation and not null annotation. For the password, I will add minimum, which is 6 digits. These validation rules enough for now. We can add the validation messages. Name should not be empty. Enter valid email address. Email should not be empty. For the minimum, password must be at least 6 characters. Let's save this. And next we need to validate the bean. To do that, we have added the rules. Now we have to validate it. Let's go to the controller. Just before the request body annotation, let's add the valid annotation. This is going to validate the bean just before binding the values into the profile request object. Let's save this. Now let's go to the postman. I'm going to remove this Bhushan. Click send. We get 400 bad request. Validation failed, which is the error. And if you scroll down at the very end, you will see the default message, name should not be empty. Let's add the name. Now email. If I don't add the valid email address, click send. We get the validation error message. And if you scroll down, you will see enter valid email address. Similarly, if I don't enter the 6 characters for the password, click send. We get 409 conflict, which is email already exists, but okay, looks like the minimum. Let me go to the profile request. Instead of the minimum, let's add size, and let's add minimum is equal to 6, and message password must be at least 6 characters. Now let's save this. Let the application rebuild. And now if you go to the postman, I'm going to enter the password 1234. This time we should not get 409 conflict. Instead we get 400 bad request. Send, and we get the 400 bad request. Validation failed. If you scroll down, you will see password must be at least 6 characters. Alright, our validation is in place. Now we can start with the next feature, which is integrating the Spring security to the application. Okay, now we can start integrating the Spring security. What I'll do is I'm going to close all of these files, open the Project Explorer, and under the base package, create a new package. I'm going to call this config. Let's create a new class under this package. I'm going to call this security config. Let's add the necessary annotation. Since this is a configuration class, I will add the configuration annotation. I will also add the annotation enable web security. Okay, before that, we have to add the dependency. Let's go to the Project Explorer and open the pom.xml. Right now we haven't added the Spring security dependency. Let's go ahead and add that. Open the browser, go to the Spring initializer, and let's add the dependency Spring security. Explore and copy the dependency inside the pom.xml. Let's add the dependency and reload the Maven changes. Now let's open the security config file and let's add the enable web security annotation. Inside this, let's first create the bean for the security filter chain. Public security filter chain. I will mark this as a bean. This is going to accept the HTTP security as a parameter. Let's make use of this HTTP to add the cars. With defaults, I'm going to use CSRF. I'm going to disable it. Now let's make use of the request matches. To add the URI, which all the URI should be public and which all the URI should be protected. /login /register send reset OTP reset password logout. All these are the public endpoints. I'm going to make this as permit all. Any other request that should be authenticated. Session management. Session creation policy, which is going to be stateless. I'm going to create the logout endpoint. I'm going to disable the default logout endpoint from the Spring security. Next, I'm going to call the build method to return the HTTP. We get this error. Let's add the exception to the method signature. Now we created the bean for the security filter chain. Next, we can also create the bean for password encoder and the CORS filter. Let's create the bean for password encoder. We're going to create a new object for bcrypt password encoder. Let's add the bean annotation. Next, let's create the bean for CORS filter. Make sure to import it from the Spring Framework.web.filter package. I'm going to create a new object for CORS filter. To this, I'm going to pass a method which is going to be a private method. Let's create this private method. Inside this, create a new object for CORS configuration. Let's set the allowed origins. This is going to be a list. We can provide the list of URLs with a comma separated. Right now we are adding the localhost 5173. In this host, our React application will be running. Later in the future, when we deploy it to production, we are going to change the host. We're going to set the allowed methods. We're going to add all the HTTP methods. We're going to allow the headers as well. Allow credentials. I'm going to set it to true. URL based CORS configuration source. Let's create the new object for this. Let's register the CORS configuration. I'm going to return the CORS configuration. Save this. Now we created the bean for password encoder and also coarse filter. I'm going to add the bean annotation. Save this. Now let's create a new service which will implement the user details service. Let's open the project explorer. Under the service package, create a new Java class which is going to be app user details service. This is going to implement the user details service. Let's add the service annotation. I will also add the required args constructor. First, let's inject the profile repository, the user repository. Now let's implement the method which is load user by username. Now using this email, we can load the user from the database. User repository dot find by email. We have created the finder method inside the user repository. We will make use of this, and to this we are going to pass the email. This is going to return an optional. I'm going to throw an exception if the user did not found. I'm going to pass the lambda expression, username not found exception. This is going to return the user entity. Now we can make use of the new user object from the Spring framework, which is the implementation of this user details. To this we are going to pass the email, password, and since we are not dealing with any of the roles, I'm going to pass an empty array list. Save this. Now we have created this user detail service. Now we can make use of this to register to our Spring security. Now let's open the security config, and inside we have to create a new bean for the authentication manager. Let's add the bean annotation. Inside this, let's create an object for DAO authentication provider. Let's set the user details service which we have created. At the top, I'm going to inject the user detail service. Scroll down, and before that I'm also going to add the required args constructor for the constructor based injection. To this, let's add the user detail service. Also, I'm going to set the password encoder. We can return the authentication manager. Let's create the object for provider manager. To this we can pass the authentication provider and save this. Now let's create the controller, which is an auth controller. Inside the controller package, create the class auth controller. Let's add the necessary annotation, REST controller. I will also add the required args constructor. Inside this, create a new endpoint for login. This is going to return the response entity. Let's add the post mapping, and the endpoint is /login. This is going to accept the request object, which is going to be an auth request. We need to create that object. Inside the IO package, create a new Java class, auth request. Let's add the data annotation. Let's actually add the fields: private, string, email, and password. We can also add constructors, and we can add the builder annotation. Save this. Now inside the auth controller, let's accept the auth request. We can use the request body. Inside this, inside the try catch block, I'm going to call a private method which is authenticate. To this we can pass the email and password. I'm going to add the catch block, and we can create this authenticate method. And inside this method, we need to call the authentication manager. For that, we need the authentication manager field. I'm going to inject it. Now we can make use of this authentication manager object. We will call the authenticate method. To this we can pass the email and password. I'm going to create a new object for the username password authentication token. Now inside this try catch block, we are calling this private method authenticate, and this will responsible for authenticating the user. Once it is authenticated, next we need to create the JWT token. For now, what I'll do is I'm going to add the catch block, and inside this catch block I'm going to add bad credentials exception, and inside this I'm going to create a map. The key will be string and value will be object. Let's add the necessary messages. Error.put error message I'm going to add, that is going to be true. Let's also add message, the error message, email or password is incorrect. Let's copy the same catch block and paste it, and now this time this is going to be a disable exception, and we can add the true as error and the error message user account disabled, or just account is disabled. Next I'm going to add one more catch block, that is going to be a generic exception, and for the error I'm going to add a true, and the message I'll just print the authorization as failed or authentication failed. We also need to return the response entity. Status, I will add HTTP status unauthorized. In the body, I will add the error object. Let's copy the same and paste it here, and here I will also change this to unauthorized and error, and similarly here I'm going to add it, and instead of the unauthorized I'm going to add bad request, and I will pass the error object. And once we authenticated the user, next what we need to do is we need to send the JWT token, and once the JWT token is generated, we have to send the JWT token inside the cookie. We're going to use the cookie to send the JWT token securely. Okay, now let's generate the JWT token. Now let's create the JWT token. In order to create the JWT token, what I'll do is first I'm going to get the user details. Let's make use of the user details service. Let me inject the user details service. I'm going to make use of the load user by username method. To this we can pass the email. This will give us the user details. Now we can pass this user details to the JWT token to create the JWT token. In order to create the JWT token, I'm going to create a util class. That util class contains the utility methods so that we can make use of those utility methods like validate token, create token, generate token. All those methods we can create it inside the util package. I'm going to create a new package inside the base package. This is going to be a component. I'm going to add the component annotation. Next, let's create the method generate token. This will accept the user details. Inside this, I'm going to create a map. Now I'm going to create a private method which is going to be create token. We can pass the claims. Right now this is claims is empty, and we can pass the username. In our case it's email address. We can return this. Now we can create this private method. Inside this private method, we are going to pass the secret key. First, I'm going to create that secret key. This is the JWT secret key. I'm going to read this from the application or properties file. I'm going to add the value annotation. To read this, we need to pass the properties. Now we need to add the secret key. So copy this, open the application or properties file, add the secret key. Some long string I'm going to add here. You can add any random string, but make sure to add the longest key. Next, go to the JWT util class. Now we can make use of this secret key. And before that, we also need to add the JWT dependency. So let's go ahead and add the JWT dependency. I'm going to open the pom.xml. I'm going to add two dependencies, basically the one dependency which is for the JWT token, the JSON Web Token, and another one is the Java XML bind dependency. These are the two dependencies that I'm adding. Now reload the Maven changes. Inside the JWT util, now we can make use of the JWTs. We can use the builder pattern. we can set the claims. Let's set the subject. This username is nothing but the subject. I'm going to make this as email. Let's make this as email. Set issued at. I'm going to create a date object and I'm going to pass the current date and time. I'm going to make use of the current time milliseconds. Set expiration date. I'm going to add 10 hours. Thousand milliseconds into 60 seconds and 60 minutes and 10 hours. This is nothing but the 10-hour expiration. Next we need to pass the sign with. This is going to tell us which algorithm we are going to use to sign the secret key. We are going to use HS256. We can pass the secret key. On this we can call the compact method and we can return this. Now we can make use of this generate token method inside the auth controller. Let's call the method JWT. I need to inject the JWT as well. To this we need to pass the user details. This is going to give us the JWT token. Once we get the JWT token, we need to create a cookie. We need to add it to the cookie. I'm going to make use of the response cookie. Let's add the JWT token. HTTP only. I'm going to make this as true. The path slash maximum age duration dot off days. I'm going to give it as 1 day expiry. Same site. Strict. On this we can call the build method. And finally we're going to return the response entity dot OK. Can call the header. We can pass the HTTP headers dot set cookie. We can set the cookie in the headers. Body. I'm going to create a new object which is going to be auth response. Okay, let's create the auth response as well. Inside the IO package, I'm going to create a variable email and the JWT token. Let's add the getter method and $$ constructor. Now we can make use of the auth response. To this constructor we can pass the email and the JWT token. Let's save this. Now we can test this implementation. The login API, it should log in to the application and it generates the JWT token. Before we test the implementation, I'm going to make a few changes. First of all, I'm going to add the context path in the properties file. This is the context path /API/version 1.0. Now all of our endpoints will be prepended with this. Next, let's open the profile controller. Since we have added the context path, we don't need this now. Let's remove this. Next, we need to open the profile service implementation. We have to encode the password. Right now we are storing the passwords in plain text. We have to encode it. I'm going to inject the password encoder inside this convert to user entity. I'm going to set the password as encoded password. Alright, with these changes, now we are good to test the implementation. Now we have to make a request to this login API. Let's open the Postman. First of all, let's go to the database, and I'm going to delete this record because it contains the plain password. When I execute this query, right now there are no entries in the database. We can insert the new record. Let's add the body. We can pass email, name, password. I'm going to save this request for the future references. I'm going to create a new collection, Authify. Let's add the request name register. Let's create the new user. A new user has been created. User ID, name, email, and is account verified is false. We can verify it in the database whether the password is encoded or not. Yes, you can see the password has been encoded. Now let's log into the application. Open a new tab and make this as post request. This is going to be a login request. We need to pass email and password. I'm going to enter a wrong credentials. Let's see what will happen. Let me save this request. Click send. You can see we get the error message, email or password is incorrect, 400 bad request. Let's enter the correct credential. When I click on this send, login is successful. We got the JWT token, and also if you go to the cookies, you can see the JWT token is added to the cookie. Now for all the subsequent requests, we don't need to pass this JWT token inside the header. Automatically we can read it from the cookie, and if the JWT token is valid, we can allow the user to make the request. Let's continue. Now we are creating the JWT token. Next, for all the subsequent requests, we need to validate this token. To do that, we need to create the filter. Let's open the IntelliJ. Under the base package, create a new package. Create a new custom filter. This is going to extends the once per request filter. This is going to be a component. I'm going to add the required args constructor. We need to override the method do filter internal. Now what we need to do is we need to create few utility methods to validate the JWT token. Inside this do filter internal, what I'll do is I'm going to just add a statement filter chain dot do filter, and we're going to pass the request and response. At the end we have to pass these requests to the next filters. I'm going to add the statement. Now let's go ahead and create the utility methods. The very first method that we are going to create is extract all claims. This is going to be a private method. Let me import the claims. This is going to accept the token. We can set the sign key. Let's pass the secret key. Can pass the token and get the body. Next, I'm going to create a method extract claims. Let's pass the token. I'm going to use the function let's call the extract claims method. Next, we can create the one more method. This is a public method. Extract username from the token. In fact, this is not a username, this is an email. Let's pass the token. Now we are going to make use of the extract claim method, which we have created the private method. To this we can pass the token. We can make use of the get subject, and let me use this claims get subject, the subject which is nothing but the email. If you remember, we have set the subject here, which is the email, and that exactly we're going to extract it from this JWT token. I'm going to return this. Similarly, I'm going to create a one more method, which is a expiration time. We're going to extract it. To do that, I'm going to create a one more private method first. Is token expired? We can pass the token and we can validate it. Before that, I'm going to create a one more method, public. This is going to return a date. Extract the expiration. Inside this, we can make use of the extract claim, the same method. Let's pass the token and we will get the claims get expiration. I'm going to return this expiration date. The same method we can use it inside the isTokenExpired. Extract the expiration. Let's pass the token, and on this we can call the before method. If it is expired before, I'm going to return it. And at the very end, I'm going to create a one more method. This will take token as a parameter. Let's pass the user details. Inside this, we need to extract the username, which is nothing but the extract email. We can make use of this email dot equals user details dot get username. And if the token is not expired, then we're going to return true. Let's save this. Alright, now we have created the validate token method and isTokenExpired, and extract the expiration and extract the email, and also extract claim and extract all claims. Now we created all the utility methods that are required to validate the filter. Now we can go ahead and fill in the code. At the top, I'm going to inject the user detail service. I'm also going to inject the JWT util because we need to use some utility methods inside this. Also, I'm going to create a list. I'm going to create a list of strings, the public URLs, I'm going to add /login, /register, send reset OTP, reset password, and logout. Now inside this, first we need to get the servlet path. I'm going to add a condition to skip the JWT validation for the public URLs. We don't want to validate the JWT token for the public URLs. I'm going to make use of that list which we have created above. We can make use of the filter chain to pass the request and response object to the next filter. Next, I'm going to create a field JWT and I'm going to assign it to null. Similarly, email. And the first step is to check the authorization header. Request.getHeader. In case if we are not using the cookie Then we are going to get the authorization token from the JWT token from the authorization header. Authorization header is not equal to null, and authorization header that is starts with bearer keyword. We need to extract the token. We're going to make use of the substring, and I'm going to start the index from 7. This will give us only the token excluding the bearer keyword. I'm going to store that in a variable JWT. Second, in case if the authorization header is not found, if it is not found in the header, check the cookies. There is a second step. If the JWT is equal to null, we are going to make use of the cookie. Request.getCookies. If cookies is not equal to null, then I'm going to loop through the cookie. I'm going to check the JWT string if it matches to the cookie, which contain cookie.getName, and I'm going to check for this JWT. If it is present, then we found the token. I'm going to get the token. JWT is equal to cookie.getValue, and I'm going to break this loop. Third, we need to validate the token and set the security context. If the JWT is not equal to null, then we're going to make use of the util JWT util dot get extract email. Let's pass the JWT. This will give us the email. Now we can add a condition: email is not equal to null, and security context holder dot get context dot get authentication is equal to null. We need to set the authentication if it is null. That's the whole idea of this, writing this condition. Let's make use of the user details service, the app.userDetails service. Load user by username. To this we can pass the email. This will give us the user details. Once we get the user details, we can write a condition: if JWT util dot validate token, validate the token. To this we can pass the JWT, and we need to pass the user details as well. Now we can make use of the username password authentication token. Let's create a new object, and to this constructor we can pass the user details. The credentials I'm going to pass null. I'm going to get the authorities. Now we can set the details for this authentication token. We can make use of the web authorization authentication details source. Build details. To this we can pass the request object. Finally, we are going to set the authentication using the security context holder dot get context dot set authentication. We can pass the authentication token. And finally, we are going to pass the request and response object to the next filter. Now let's save this. Alright, now we have created the filter, but creating a filter doesn't make any sense. We have to register this. Let's go to the security config, and inside this we have this security filter chain, and inside this we have to register this. After this session management and after this logout, I'm going to let me register the filter. Add filter before. We can pass the JWT request filter. Let me add, I'm going to inject this. Second parameter, I'm going to pass the username, password, authentication filter. Save this. Alright, now we have validating the JWT token for all the subsequent requests. So whenever next time we make any subsequent request after the login, it is first go through this filter that we have registered, which is JWT request filter, and it is going to get the JWT token from the header. If the token is not present in the header, it is going to check in the cookie. If it is present, it is going to validate it. Alright, now we have to test this implementation. In order to test this flow, what I'll do is I'm going to create a method, handler method inside the profile controller. This is going to return string. I'm going to call it as test. This is just a test method. This is a get mapping /test. We can return a string. Auth is working. Let's save this. Let the application rebuild. Okay, now we can test it. Let's go to the Postman, and first of all I'll go to the cookies, and there are no cookies inside this. So what I'll do is I'm going to directly call the API. I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to be a test. This is a get request. We can change it to test. Now when I click on this send, we get the 403 forbidden because there are no token that we are passing, or there are no token present inside the cookie. Now let's log into the application. Log in. Now we got the cookie. The JWT token is added to the cookie. Now when I click on this send button for this API request, we get the 200, which is auth working. Awesome, our authentication is working as expected. Now we can go ahead and create the other API endpoints. Before that, what I'll do is I'm going to just delete this API endpoint. This is we have added just for the testing purpose. Okay, looks like something wrong with the Postman. That's completely fine. I'm going to remove this API endpoint. Save this. Now let's create a new API endpoint to get the profile details. Inside the profile controller, I'm going to create a handler method. This is going to return the profile response. The handler method name is getProfile. Let's add the get mapping annotation. This is a HTTP get method. /profile is the API endpoint. First of all, I'm going to get the email address, the logged in user email address from the security context. For that, I'm going to use the current security context annotation. Let's pass the expression and from the authentication I'm going to get the name, which is nothing but the email address in our case. Once we get the email address, we need to send it to the service layer. For that, I'm going to create a new service method. Open the profile service. Let's define the method. The method name is getProfile. This is going to give us the profile response back. Save this and go to the implementation. Override the method getProfile. Inside this, let me remove this return null. We are going to make an call to the repository. Let's make use of the user repository dot find by email. We already created this method. Let's pass the email address. This is going to return optional. If the email did not found, let's throw an exception. Let's print the message user not found. Once we get the existing user, we have to convert this into a profile response. For this, already we have a method called convert to profile response. We can just call this method. This is going to give us the name, email, user ID, and is account verified. Inside the profile controller, we can call the method, the service method, getProfile, and return this. Let's pass the email and save this. But if the user tries to make an API call to this profile, if the user did not logged in, then this security context did not able to find the email address and is going to throw an exception. In order to handle that exception, what we can do, we can create a global exception handler. Inside the configuration package, create a new Java class. This is going to be custom authentication entry point. This is going to implement the authentication entry point. We need to override the comments method. This is going to be a component. Let's add the annotation, and inside this we will make use of the response object. Let's set the status. HTTP servlet response dot sc unauthorized. Set the content type application/JSON, and we need to pass the error message, that is response.getWriter.write authenticated false, and we are going to send the message which is user is not authenticated. Okay, next we just created the global exception handler. We have to register this. Let's go to the security config. Inside this security filter chain, just after this add filter before, we're going to register the custom exception handler method, and here we are going to specify the exception handling. Let's use exception dot authentication entry point. we can pass the custom authentication entry point. For that, I'm going to inject the custom authentication entry point. And save this. Now let's go to the profile controller. Now if the user try to access this profile, if he is not logged in, it is going to throw the exception and it will print the error message that is authenticated false and user not authenticated. Let's test this. Application is already started. Let's go to the Postman, and here what I'll do is I'm going to just duplicate this register, or I can even make this. Let me do one thing. I'm going to close this. Looks like something wrong with my Postman. I'm going to just close this and I'm going to open the Postman again. And I'm going to delete this. Let's duplicate this. This is going to be profile, and this is a get mapping. And right now inside this, first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to change this request name to read profile. And if I go to the cookies, right now there is a JWT. I'm going to just delete this. I'm going to just click on this read profile send button. We get unauthorized, authenticated false, message user is not authenticated. We are getting this custom exception messages from the custom authentication entry point. Our implementation is working as expected. But let's log in, and we got the JWT token and it is also set in the cookies. Now when I click on this send button in the read profile, we get the profile details. Inside our React application, we can make use of this API to print the user details, the logged in user details. Alright, let's continue with the next API. Alright, now we can start integrating the JavaMail API. We need to send an email notification as soon as the user is created a new account. For that, we are going to use the JavaMail API. Specifically, we are going to use the Spring Framework JavaMail Sender API. It is built on top of the JavaMail API. Alright, in order to use the SMTP server, we are going to use the Brevo tool. First, let's open the browser and navigate to this website, which is brevo.com. This is the tool that we are going to use to send the email messages. This tool provides 300 email messages per day. That is more than enough for the hobby project or to kickstart our mailing notifications. Go ahead and create the account in this website. I have already created the account. I'm going to log into my account. And if you scroll down, you will see this plan. We have 300 emails left for the current day. You will see this inside the your plan usages. Next, what we need is we need the SMTP details. For that, just hover on this option, and if you see this option SMTP and API, click on this. You will get the SMTP server details. We need the SMTP server and port and login ID and the master password. Go ahead and grab all these details. Make sure do not share these information with anyone else. Also, do not use my details, because as soon as I upload this video to the YouTube, I'm going to change these login ID and master password. Alright, next open the IntelliJ. First, we need to add the JavaMail API dependency. Open the browser and go to the start.spring.io and search for JavaMail sender and click on this. Click on this explore, scroll down, copy the dependency, open the pom.xml, add the dependency and reload the Maven changes. Next, open the application.properties file. Inside this, we need to configure the spring.mail.host is equal to, we need to add the SMTP server details, navigate to the bravo.com and copy this and paste it. Next, we need to add the port. You can copy the port from here. Next, let's add the username. Copy this login ID and paste it. Let's add the master password. Spring Mail password. Copy the password and paste it. Next, let's add the SMTP auth spring.mail.properties. Authentication, I'm going to add true. I'm going to enable the TLS to true. Protocol, we are going to use the SMTP. We have to add the from address. You have to add the email address in which you have created the Bravo account. I'm going to add my email address. Make sure to change the email address. You have to provide your email address. This will be the from address. If you don't provide it correctly, then the email will not be sent to the destination. Alright, we have configured the mail properties. Make sure to add your details. Do not use my details because these details will be invalid as soon as I upload the videos into the YouTube. Okay, now next we can create the email service to send the email. Now let's create an email service. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the service package, create a new Java class, which is going to be email service. Let's add the service annotation. I will also add the required args constructor because we need to inject the JavaMail sender API. We need to load the from address. We have already added the from address inside our application.properties file. We can use the value annotation to load the email address. Spring.mail.properties mail.smtp.from. Let's create a method send welcome email. This is the method that we are going to call later to send the welcome email message. We're going to pass the to address and the name. Let's create an object for simple mail message. Set the from address. set the true address, set the subject, set the text, hello. I'm going to concatenate the name, I'm going to add the new line, thanks for registering with us. Let's add the regards, Authify team. We'll also add /n, save this. Next we can call this method inside our controller. Let's open the profile controller. At the top, inject the profile email service. Inside the register handler method, let's remove this to do and make use of the email service to call the send welcome email. To this welcome email, we need to pass the two email address and the name of the sender. We will get it from the response object, response.getEmail, response.getName. Let's save this. Let's go back to the email service. If you notice, I forgot to send the email. I have just added the properties like from, to, subject, text, but I forgot to send the email. So in order to send the method, we have to call a method, send method, mail sender dot send, and to this we will pass the message and save this. Now we can test the functionality. I'm going to stop the server and I will restart it. Application is started. I'm going to clear the screen in case if any errors, we can view the error inside this console. Let's open the Postman. We have this register endpoint. Create a new user. Make sure to provide the valid email address so that the email will be delivered to the destination. I'm going to enter my Zoho email address, bhushan1992 at zohomail.in, the name Bhushan, password 123456. Click send. You can see a new profile has been created with the email address zohomail.in. Now we can open the Zoho Mail and we should see the welcome email message. Open the browser and I have already logged into my Zoho email and you can see we got the welcome email. Welcome to our platform. If you open this and you will see hello Bhushan, thanks for registering with us, regards Authify team. Awesome. Now we are able to send the email messages to the registered user. Now we can continue with the other functionalities. Next we're going to create a one more API endpoint whether the user is authenticated or not. Let's open the auth controller. Create a new handler method. This is going to return boolean is authenticated. It will be a get mapping. is authenticated is the URI path. We're going to make use of the current security context expression authentication.name. In our case, it's nothing but the email address. If the email is present, we are going to return true. Response entity dot OK. Email is not equal to null. Otherwise, we're going to return the false. That's it. Let's save this. Now we can test the implementation. Let the application reload. Okay, now let's navigate to the Postman. I'm going to duplicate this read profile. This is going to be is authenticated this is the endpoint. Let me save this endpoint, and first I'm going to log into the application. Click send. We get the JWT token back. Also the cookies, it added the JWT token. Now let's go to the is authenticated endpoint, and when I click on this send, you can see we get the response true. Now we can use this later when we started developing the React application. We can make use of this endpoint to check whether the user is authenticated or not. Alright, now let's continue with the other features. Now let's create one more API endpoint to reset the password. Before that, to reset the password, we need to send the OTP to the registered email address. Let's open the profile service. Define a method. Send reset OTP. This will accept the email address as a parameter. Now open the implementation class, which is profile service implementation. We need to override this method, which is send reset OTP. Inside this, first using this email address, we need to get the existing profile. We're going to throw an exception in case if the profile is not found. Once we get the existing entity, we need to generate the 6-digit OTP. We're going to make use of the string.value of. We're going to use thread local random. We will pass the origin and the bound. $1 lakh to 10 lakh. This will generate the 6-digit OTP. Next, we need to calculate the expiry time. What we will do is we're going to get the current time, and for that we're going to add the 24 hours in milliseconds. Let's make use of the system.currentTime milliseconds. For this, I'm going to add next 24 hours. Sorry, not the 24 hours. For this expiry, we're going to add 15 minutes. (15 cross 60 cross 1000 milliseconds). The 24 hours, we are going to use it for the other feature, which is nothing but verifying the email address. Once we calculated the expiry time, we need to update the profile entity. Existing entity dot set reset OTP. We're going to send the reset OTP to the database. Also, we're going to send the expiry time as well. And we will save into the database. Once we saved into the database, we need to send the email inside this try catch block. We need to send the resend OTP, sorry, not the resend, reset email we need to send. I'm going to throw a runtime exception in case of any exception occurs. Unable to send email. Save this. Now we need to create a one more service method to send the reset OTP email. Let's open the email service. Let's create a new method. Send reset OTP email. This will also take the two email address and the OTP. Let's create the same object, which is the simple mail message. Let's set the from. Set the to address. Set the subject. Password, reset OTP. Set the text. Your OTP for resetting your password is, we can concatenate the OTP next we can add the text, use this OTP to proceed with resetting your password. Something meaningful text you can add. We can use the mail sender to send the email. Let's save this. Now we have the service method. We can call this method inside our profile service implementation. Let's remove this to do, and inside this we can use the email sender. I'm going to inject the email service. Send reset OTP email, existing entity dot get email, and the OTP. Let's save this. Now we can call this service method inside the controller. Now let's create the controller method. Open the auth controller. Create a handler method. Send reset OTP. Add the post mapping annotation and the URI endpoint. Send reset OTP. Let's add the request param. We're going to pass the email address in the query string, and we're going to accept it using the request param. Inside the try catch block, we need to make use of the profile service. Let's inject the profile service. Send reset OTP, and we can pass the email address. We need to handle the exception. Inside the catch block, I'm going to throw new response status exception. I'm going to add the internal server error status code. I will pass the error message that is unable to send the email. Let's save this. Now we can test this implementation. Of course, we haven't completed the whole functionality. We yet to add one more endpoint to add the new password. But first, let's see whether we can able to send the email, and in the email we can able to send the OTP or not. Alright, the application is started. Let's go to the Postman. I'm going to duplicate this login endpoint. We can change this to reset OTP email. The endpoint is send reset OTP. We need to pass the email address in the query strings. bhushan1992@zohomail.in. This is the email address that we have been registered with. Let me save this and I'm going to log in just to make sure that we haven't made any mistakes. So let me log in with Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in. 1 2 3 4 5 6, click send. A new JWT token has been created. Now I'm going to click on this API endpoint. It will generate the OTP and it will send the email, and in the email it is going to add the OTP. Also the OTP will be stored in the database along with the expiration date and time. Let me click on this send. 200 OK. Let's go to the database. Let's execute the query. You can see the the OTP has been generated. Also the expiration date is inserted into the database. Now let's go to the JohoMail. Let's go to the notifications or newsletter, and you can see password reset OTP. We have received this email. Let's open this and we should see the message. Your OTP for resetting your password is 945836. Use this OTP to proceed with resetting your password. Alright, this OTP is valid for 15 minutes, and within 15 minutes we have to reset our password. And for that we're going to create a one more endpoint, and in that endpoint the user will pass the new password and the OTP and email address. With all those information we're going to reset the password. As of now our reset OTP email API is working as expected. Let's open the profile service. Define a new method. Reset password. We will pass the email address, OTP and new password. Go to the implementation class. Implement the method. Let's override the method. Inside this we have to do the same thing. First we need to get the profile entity using this email address. We're going to throw an exception in case if the email address is not found. Once we get the existing user, we need to check the condition existing user dot get reset OTP. If it is equal to null, or reset OTP is not equal to the OTP, then we are going to throw an exception. Invalid OTP. This is the first validation. The second validation is for the OTP expired. Get reset OTP expired at is less than the system.current time milliseconds. If it is already expired, then we're going to throw a runtime exception. OTP expired. This is the second validation that we're going to add. Next we're going to set the password. If these validations passed, then we're going to set the password. Password.encode, we need to encode the password. Let's pass the new password. Now we have to reset the OTP to null and expiration time we're going to set it to 0. We have to save the object into the database. Save this. Now we can call this method inside our controller. We can create a handler method and we can call this method. Let's create the controller method. Before that, I'm going to create a new request object. Inside the IO package, create a new Java class. Reset password request. This is going to be a request object. Let's add the data annotation, all args constructor and no args constructor. Let's add the necessary fields. New password, OTP, email. We'll also add the Hibernate validators to validate these fields. Not blank annotation. Password is required. I can add new password is required. OTP is required. Email is required. Now inside the auth controller, create a new API endpoint. This is going to be a post method. Let's add the post mapping. The API endpoint, reset password. Let's add the valid annotation to validate the bean. Let's add the request body annotation to bind the JSON values to the Java object. Reset password request object. Inside this, let's add the try catch block. Inside this, we need to call the service method, profile service dot reset password. To this we can pass the email address, OTP, and the new password. In case of any exceptions, we can handle the exception using the catch block. We're going to throw a response status exception, internal server error, and the exception message. Save this. Now we can test the functionality. Let's open the Postman. Let's duplicate this reset OTP email. Let's change the request name to reset password. The endpoint is reset password. Inside the body, email address, OTP, we also need to pass new password. New password, I'm going to add 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Earlier it was 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm just adding the 1 digit extra, and the OTP, let's add the same OTP that we have received. This is the OTP that we have received. Looks like we have already crossed the 15 minutes and it should throw an exception. It should not allow us to reset the password. I'm going to add the OTP that previously we have received. And now I'm going to click the send button. And you can see we got 401 unauthorized, authenticate false, user is not authenticated. What I'll do is I'm going to just log into the application again, click send. We have authenticated it. Now I'm going to send the request again, and looks like something is wrong. User is not authenticated. We should have not received this error message actually. Let's actually verify it. Okay, you can see we get the error message 500 internal server OTP expired. Looks like it is working as expected. The OTP is expired, but however, inside our Postman, we are getting a different error message. That we can fix it later. Next, what I will do is I'm going to regenerate the OTP. Let's go to the same request and I'm going to send the request again. This will send a new OTP. Open the Postman. Let me reload this. And we have received a new OTP. Now copy this OTP and add it here, and now click on this send. You can see 200. Now we have changed our password successfully. Now we can test this by logging in with this email address. Open the login API endpoint, and I'm trying to log in with the old password. Let's see what we'll get. Click send. We get 400 bad request. This indicates that the email or password is incorrect. I'm going to add 7. Click send. Now the token has been generated. We have successfully logged in. Alright, our API endpoints are working as expected, but there is a slight changes that we have to make inside the response in case of any error it occurs. That we can fix it at the very end. Now let's create a new API endpoint to verify the email address. Let's open the Project Explorer and open the service, which is the profile service. Let's define 3 methods. Send OTP, this will accept the user ID as a parameter. Verify OTP, this is going to be actually a string. This will also accept the user ID. And the OTP. Next, we're going to create our define a one more method, which is get logged in user ID, we will pass the email address, this is going to return the user ID which is of type string. Now we need to provide the implementation for these methods. Open the implementation class and implement the methods. Let's override all these three methods. Next, I'm going to open the user repository. I'm going to create a finder method, find by user ID. To this we are going to pass the email address. This is going to return the optional of user entity. Save this. Now inside the service implementation, we have this get logged in user ID, user repository dot find by email, and to this we are going to pass the email. Actually, let's go to the user repository, and we don't need this method. This is by mistakenly I have added. Just remove this. Here, this is going to return an optional. We can handle it using or else throw block. I can pass the lambda expression, username not found exception, user not found, and I can add the email address. This is going to give us the user entity. Existing user. Now we need to pass the user, we have to return the user ID, the logged in user ID. And save this. Now we have to provide the implementation for this send OTP and the verify OTP. Actually, I'm going to make slight changes to these method signatures. Let's go to the profile service. I'm going to pass the email address instead of the user ID. Similarly, for the verify OTP, I'm going to just pass the email address, not the user ID. Now let's go to the implementation. Here, let's change this to email. Inside the send OTP, what I'll do is I'm going to first get the existing user entity using this email address. We're going to throw an exception, user not found, in case if the email is not found. I'm going to add the validation, existing user dot get is account verified is not equal to null, and existing user dot get is account verified is true. Then we don't have to do anything. So I'm going to just return this because it is already verified it. Otherwise, we're going to generate the 6-digit OTP. We're going to make use of the same logic that we have used for the reset password. Let's copy the same logic and paste it here. But here we have used the 15 minutes, but we're going to add the expiry time as 24 hours. (24 cross 60 cross 60 cross 1000 milliseconds). This is going to give us the 24 hours. Next we will update the user entity. Set the verify OTP for the existing user. Set the verify expiry OTP. And we are going to save it into the database. Let's save this. Now let's call this method inside our controller, and we can test the functionality to send the OTP to verify the email address. Let's open the Project Explorer and open the Auth controller. Let's create a new handler method. Send verify OTP is the handler method name. This is going to be a post method. I'm adding the post mapping annotation, the URI endpoint, send OTP. Let's make use of the current security context. From the authentication object, we're going to grab the name. In our case, it's going to be an email. Inside the try block, we're going to use the profile service to send the OTP. And to this, we're going to pass the email address. We're going to handle the exception using the catch block. We're going to throw a new response status exception. I'm going to add the internal server error and the exception message. Let's save this. Let the application rebuild. Now we can test the implementation. Let's go to the Postman. I'm going to duplicate this. This is going to be send OTP. The endpoint is send OTP. And to this we don't need to pass anything because we are going to get the email address from the security context. If the user is already logged in, he will get the email address from the security context. Now I'm going to click the send button. Right now we have logged in with bhushan1992 at zohomail.in. I'm going to click on this send 200 OK. Looks like the OTP has been sent to the registered email address. Let's go to the Zoho Mail, and before that we can verify it in the database. I'm going to execute the query, and you can see the verify OTP has been sent and the verify OTP expired date is also updated. Let's go to the browser. Let me reload this. We should be receiving the email. Looks like the email has not sent. That is because we haven't triggered an email to send the email address, right? So okay, looks like we are updating it in the database, but we haven't triggered the email, which means we have to create a new method inside our email service to trigger the email. Let's do it. Open the email service. Create a new method. Send OTP email. We're going to pass the two email address and OTP. We can make use of the same simple mail message. We're going to set the from. We're going to set the to address. We will set the subject. Account verification OTP. Set the text also. Your OTP is, let me add the OTP. Verify your account using this OTP. Let's send the email by passing this simple mail message. Let us save this, and now inside our profile service implementation we have to call those method. Inside the try catch block, let's make use of the email service to call the send OTP email, and to this we will pass the email address existing user.get email and the OTP. I'm going to throw an runtime exception in case of any exceptions. Unable to send email. Let us save this. Let's go to the Postman and we can test the implementation this time. This time I'm going to send the request again. It should send the email OTP as well. Click send. 200 OK. Let's go to the browser. Let me reload this. We should be receiving the email OTP. You can see, now click on this, you can see your OTP is 753562. Verify your account using this OTP. The same OTP should also be present inside the database. Let's verify it. You can see the same verify OTP is also present inside the database. Now using this OTP, we have to check whether first the OTP is expired or not, and then we have to verify this OTP against the user entered OTP. If both are matching, then we have to verify the email address. Inside this verify OTP method, first we are going to call the repository method. We're going to throw an exception, username not found exception. Once we get the existing user, we're going to add few validations. We're going to check for the invalid OTP. Get verify OTP is equal to null, or verify OTP is not equal to the existing user, the database stored OTP. If it is not equal, then we are going to throw a runtime exception, invalid OTP. We're going to add one more validation check for the expired OTP expired. Get verified OTP expired at is less than the current time. We're going to use a system.current time milliseconds. If it is expired, then we're going to throw a runtime exception. If it is not expired, then we are going to set the status as verified, the email address as verified. Set is account verified. We're going to set it to true. We're going to set the verify OTP to null. Verify OTP expired at 0. User repository dot, we're going to save it into the database. Save this. Now we can call this method inside the controller. Let's open the controller. Create a new handler method. Verify email. This is going to be a post method. Let's add the post mapping. Verify OTP. Let's add the request body annotation, and we are going to make use of the map. inside this, first of all, I'm going to get the logged in user email address by using the current security context. Let's pass the expression. Now we can pass this email address to the service method. Inside the try block, we're going to make use of the profile service dot verify OTP. To this we can pass the email address and the OTP. The OTP we will get it from this request object, request.get OTP.toString. We should not send the OTP in the path variable or in the query string because that is a sensitive information. That is why we have added the map. We could have also added the request object, but that doesn't make any sense just to add one property. That is why I have used the map. Next, we can handle the exception using the catch block. Inside the catch block, let's throw a new response status exception. Internal server error exception.getMessage. And before we calling the service method, what I'll do is I'm going to add a validation. Request dot get OTP the toString is equal to null. Then I'm going to throw an exception, response status exception, bad request, missing details. If the OTP is present, then we are going to pass it to the verify OTP method. Let's save this. With this, we can test the implementation. Let the application rebuild. Okay, the application is restarted. Looks like we can go to the Postman. I'm going to duplicate this request. This is going to be verify OTP. Verify OTP is the endpoint. In the body, we have to pass the OTP. That's all. The OTP, we can pass the one which is received in our email address. The account verification OTP, I'm going to copy this, paste it. Now I'm going to click on this send request. We got 200 OK. We have to verify it in the database whether the account is verified or not. Let's go to the database. Let me open the database. Let me execute the query. And you can see account verification has been turned into 1, which is account is verified. Let's go to the Postman and we can verify using this read profile. Click send. You can see is account verified has becomes true. Alright, our account has been verified. Looks like we have created all the API endpoints. But one thing, let me go to the IntelliJ. I'm going to open the service, the profile service. We don't need this get logged in user ID method. I'm going to remove this inside our implementation also. Let me remove this. And save this. Alright, now we have completed all the API endpoints. Now all we need to do is we have to consume these API endpoints inside our React application, and we have to build the user interfaces. Alright, I have opened the WebStorm, and I will be using WebStorm for this development, the React application development. You can use the Visual Studio Code as well. I have already started the application, which is running on the port 5173. If I navigate to the browser, we should see this text app. Now we need to do a couple of things. First, we need to install the required dependencies. Let me open the new terminal window. Let's install the dependencies. We're going to install Axios, Bootstrap, Bootstrap icons, React router DOM, and we're going to install the React Toastify. Hit enter. This is going to install all the necessary dependencies. Okay, next what we need to do, we need to add the Bootstrap path to the main.jsx file. Let's open the main.jsx. Inside this, at the very top, we are going to reference to the Bootstrap. Import bootstrap / dist / css / bootstrap.css. Similarly, we are going to reference to the Bootstrap icons as well. We will also reference to the JS file. Save this. Okay, next let's add the basic styling to this index.css. First, we're going to add the font. Let's head over to the browser, search for outfit font, select the first link from the Google Fonts, click on this get font, get embed code, and click on this import and just copy this import and paste it here. Let's use the font as a font family. I'm going to add the box sizing border box, margin 0, padding 0, font family, not the Poppins. We are going to use outfit. Save this. If you navigate to the browser, you will see the font styling which has been changed to outfit. Next, I have already added the necessary assets into this public folder, the favicon, as well as inside this assets folder, I have added the logo, header, and logo home. All these images we are going to use it. To do that, I'm going to create a new assets folder, not the folder, assets file. Inside this, let's import all these files. Now let's export an object. This is going to be an object, logo, header, logo, home, all these we are going to export it. Let's save this. Also, inside this public folder, we have this favicon. We have to reference this inside our index.html file. Let's open the index.html. Let's use this favicon.png and save this. If you go to the browser, you should see this icon Authify and the application logo. Okay, now we can start creating the components. Let's create the necessary components. Let me close all of these files. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the src folder, create a new folder, pages. Create one more folder, components. Let's create one more folder, util. Inside the util folder, create a new file, constants.js. We're going to export an object, we're going to add the backend URL, localhost 8080. Save this. Next, inside the components, create a new file, header.jsx. Let's create the functional component and export it. Let's create a one more file, menu bar JSX. Under the pages folder, create a new file, email verify. Similarly, create a new file under the pages, create one more file, login, create one more file, reset password. Save this. Next, let's open the app.jsx. Inside this, we will configure the different routes. Let's open the main.jsx. Inside this, we need to wrap this app component inside the browser router. Save this. Open the app.jsx. Inside this, first of all, we are going to create a div. Inside the div, I'm going to import the toast container from the React Toastify. Now let's create the routes. Under the routes, we're going to create individual route. This is going to be a home component. Let's import the route. Let's copy the same, paste it, /login. This is going to render the login component, and this is not component actually, this is going to be element. This is going to be login. This is going to be email verify, and it will render the email verify. Next, reset password. Reset password. Let's save this. Now we have configured the React router. Let's verify it. Let's go to the browser, and I'm going to navigate to the /login. Nothing is working. What I'll do is I'm going to just restart the application. Let's go to the login. We have added this text. We haven't seen the text as well. Looks like something is wrong. Let's investigate it. Open the developer tools. Let's go to the one more route, which is email verify. Okay, looks like something is wrong. Let's go to the path, and okay, this all elements, not the components. Save this, and you can see now we are in the email verify. We can see the text. Let's navigate to login. You should see the text login. Similarly, if I go to the reset password, you should see the text reset password. Alright, let's continue. Let us open the menu bar. Let's get rid of this. Let's create navbar. I'm going to add the Bootstrap classes. Inside this, I'm going to create a logo and the branding. Let's create the image tag. We can use assets.logo home. Width 32, height 32. Let's add the text. Save this. Now if you go to the browser, we should see the content, but looks like something is wrong. Let's go to the app.jsx. We are rendering to the home component. Okay, in the home component, we have to mount the menu bar component. Save this. Now if you go to the browser, we get the error. This is going to be assets.does this file exist. Okay, let's go to the assets.js. This is going to be logo, not the underscore. This is going to be hyphen, and save this. Now if you go to the browser, let me reload this. You can see we are seeing the logo and the text Authify. Now let's create a login button at the very right hand side. I'm going to add the Bootstrap icon. Save this. If you go to the browser, you should see this login button. Now on click of this button, we have to navigate to the /login. Let's add the functionality to it. I'm going to add the onClick event. We can pass the arrow function. We need the use navigate hook. Save this. If you go to the browser, on click of this login, you can see we are navigating to the login component. In the login component, we can design the web page to display the login form. Let's open the header component. Let's add the styling. I will also add the inline styling. AD viewport. Inside the div, let's create an image. We're going to use the header image from the assets folder. Width 120. Margin bottom 4 I'm going to add. I'm going to add the text, the heading text. Let's use H5. I'm going to use semi-bold. I'm going to add a text, hey developer, and I'm going to add the emoji. Let's use the span tag and role image. I'm going to add the area label as wave, and I'm going to add the just hi emoji. Next, I'm going to add the H1, font bold, display 5, margin bottom 3. Let's add the text, welcome to our product. Let's add the description. Text muted, font size 5, margin bottom 4. Let's add the style, the inline style, maximum width 500 pixel. Let's start with a quick product tour, and you can set up the authentication in no time. Just a meaningful text I'm going to add. Finally, I'm going to create a button. Let's add the text, get started. Let us save this. Now we have to mount this inside our home.jsx. Let's open the home.jsx. I'm going to wrap this inside a div. I'm going to mount the header component as well. Save this. Now if you go to the browser and if I navigate to the home page, we should see this landing page and the header component. We have this logo and the login button. Also we have this nice header logo. Hey developer, welcome to our product. Let's start with a quick product tour and you can set up the authentication in no time, and we have the get started button. Looks great. Now we can proceed further. Now let's design the login component. Go to the login.jsx. Let's create a div and add the Bootstrap classes. I will also add inline styling. Linear gradient. I will also add one more color. Inside the div, and also I'm going to add border. None. Inside the div, create a one more div. I will add the inline style, position, absolute, top 20 pixel, left 30 pixel, display flex, align items, center. Inside the div, we need to add the logo. I'm going to use the link component. I'm going to add the to prop slash. I'm going to add the inline style, display flex, gap 5, align item center, font weight bold, font size 24 pixel, text decoration none. Inside this link component, we need to add the logo. Let's use the image tag. Let's import it from the assets. Let's add height and width 32, width 32. Next, let's add the span tag with a class font weight bold, font size 4, text light. Let's add the text Authify. Let's save this. Now if you open the browser, you can see this is how it looks. We have the logo and the text Authify. Okay, next we need to create the form. Now let's design the login card. I'm going to create a div with a class card, padding 4. We'll also add the inline style. Maximum width 400 pixel. Width 100%. Let's create the header. I will add the h2 tag. Text center, margin bottom 4. Let's add the text login. Now we can design the form. Let's add the form. We don't need this action attribute. Inside the form, I'm going to create an email field. Div margin bottom 3. Let's create a label email. Form label. The text email ID. Next we can create the input text box. Let's add the ID, which is email. I will add the class name, form control, placeholder, enter, email. I'm going to add the required field, required attribute to make this as a mandatory field. And we can add the onChange event and the value attribute, but later we are going to add that. Save this. Next, let's copy the same content and paste it. Let's add the password field. This is going to be password, text, password. The type, it is going to be password, ID, which is also going to be password, placeholder. I'm going to add a few stars and I'm going to add the required. Let me bring this to the next line. Save this. Now if you open the browser, you can see we have the email ID and password. Now we need to add the text, which is forgot password. After this div, I'm going to create one more div. Flex, justify content between. Margin bottom 3. I'm going to make use of the React router link. Let's add the to prop. I can provide the route path, which is reset password. We can add the class name, text decoration none, forgot password, and save this. If you open the browser, this is how it looks. And on click of this, it will navigate to the reset password. Next, we need to create the submit button. Button type submit. I'm going to add the classes btn, primary, width 100. I'm going to add the text login. Save this. If you open the browser, this is how it looks. Okay, we almost completed the login card, but before that, if you look at this logo and the authify text both are attached to each other. This is because I made this as a string. So let me remove this. This is going to be a number. Save this, and if you look at this, now we have a nice gap between the logo and the text. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to add one more text box, which is name. We have to switch between the login and the create account. I'm going to create a state at the top. Is create account. Set is create account. Initially this will be false. Here we're going to make use of the state. Is create account. If it is true, then we are going to use create account as the text. Otherwise we are going to display the login. Similarly, inside this form, we are going to make use of the same state. If it is create account is true, then we are going to create one more text box. We are going to display one more text box, which is to display or to enter the name. Let's create a div. Basically, let's copy the same div and paste it. This is going to be name, or we can add full name, the text, full name, type, this is going to be text, ID, full name, form control, enter full name, this is the placeholder. This is also a required attribute. Let's save this. If you go to the browser, nothing more changes because we have made it as false. Let me change it to true. Save this. If you go to the browser, you can see full name, email ID, password, and you should see the text create account. We have to make this also as sign up or register. Let's go back. I'm going to add the same state. Let's make use of the same state. Is create account. If it is true, I'm going to display the text sign up, otherwise it is login. Save this. If you open the browser, you can see now it is displaying it as sign up. Next, after this form, we are going to make use of the same state to display the text. I'm going to create a div, text center, margin top 3. Let's add the paragraph with a class margin bottom 0. And we will make use of the same state is create account. If the is create account is true, let's render the content that is already have an account. Let's add the span. I'm going to add the class names, the Bootstrap class names, text decoration underline. I will also add the inline style. Cursor, I'm going to add it as pointer. inside this span, let's add the text login here. Otherwise, I'm going to wrap this entire content inside this bracket. Now else, I'm going to use the fragments to display different content. Don't have an account. Let's add the span tag. I'm going to add the class name, text decoration underline. Let's add the style. I'm going to add the cursor, pointer. Let's add the text sign up. Now if you save this and if you go to the browser, you can see already have an account, login here. On click of this, nothing is happening because we are not adding any on click events. But now let's make this as false. The state, I'm going to make it as false. Save this. You can see don't have an account, sign up. Let me add the on click events. We have this span tag, and to this span tag I'm going to add the on click events. We're going to use the arrow function to make use of the state set is create account. I'm going to set it to false. Let's copy the same, and I'm going to attach the on click event and I'm going to set it to true. Now save this. At the top, I'm going to make this as false. Now if you open the browser, you can see now the login is displaying, and don't have an account, click on this sign up. You can see we have this full name displayed, and again on click of this login here, you can see the name has been hidden, the text box has been hidden. Now I'm going to add a space between the text and the link. To do that, I'm going to just add an empty space and save this. You can see now we have a nice space between the text and the link. Now let's capture the form details, and we're going to make an API call to register the account. First, what I'll do is I'm going to create a new context. Inside the src folder, create a new directory, context. Let's create a new file inside this app context. Inside this, we can make use of the create context to create the context. I'm going to export it. Next, we need to create the provider. App context provider. I'm going to return the JSX. App context provider. To this, we need to pass the value. To pass the value, I'm going to create a new object, context value. This is going to be an object. Now we need to pass this context value. props.children. Now inside the main.jsx, we're going to wrap this app component with the app context provider. Let's wrap this. Save this. Now, since this app component is wrapped between the app context provider, all the children's whatever we are going to pass to this app context provider, that will be available to all of this app components. I'm going to create few states inside this app context. First of all, I'm going to get the URL. If you remember, we have added the constant, the backend URL. We're going to get this inside this app context. Backend URL, we're going to get it from the constants. App constants dot backend URL. And now we can pass this backend URL to the context value so that it can be available throughout all of the application. Next, I'm going to create a state is logged in. Initially, this is going to be false. Let me import this use state, user data, set user data. This is also going to be false. Now let's pass these states to the context value. Is logged in, set is logged in, and user data, set user data. Let's open the login component. I'm going to create a few states. Name, set name. Initially, this is going to be empty string. Email, set email. Password, set password. Loading, set loading. Initially, this is going to be false. Next, we are going to attach the onChange events. Set name, we're going to get the value. Similarly, for the email and also for the password. And I'm going to add the value attribute that is going to be password. The value property, I'm going to set it to email. Here the value property, I'm going to set it to the name. Next, I'm going to create a function on submit handler. This is going to accept the event as a parameter. First, I'm going to prevent default. This is going to stop reloading the entire web page. And this is going to be an asynchronous function. Next, we need to attach this function to the onSubmit form. Save this. Next, inside this function, I'm going to set the with credential to true for the Axios. Axios dot defaults. I'm going to add with credential. We're going to set it to true. I'm going to first import this Axios. Next, I'm going to set the loading to true inside the try catch block. First, I'm going to check the condition. If it is create account. Then I'm going to make an API call to the register API, else login API. Let's add the catch block. we can display the toast error message in case of any exception. Inside this if condition, I'm going to make use of the axios.post. We need to get the backend URL from the app context. So I'm going to make use of the use context hook. I'm going to grab the backend URL. Let's pass the app context. Let me verify this whether this is a backend URL or something else. Let's go to the app context. Okay, this is backend URL. URL is in the caps. Now let's make use of the backend URL. Let's add register. Let me verify this one more time. Let's go back to the Postman and let me close all of these tabs. And open the collections and open this Authify and go to the register. You can see which is /API/1.0. I'm going to copy this and open the constant.js. Let's add this. Save this. Now let's open the login.jsx. Here the backend URL, now it is localhost 8080/API/1.0/register we are appending. To this register we need to pass the name, email and password. This is going to be an asynchronous call. I'm going to add the await. We get the response. Once we get the response, I'm going to check the condition. If this response.status is 201, which means it is success, then we have to navigate to the home page. For that, I'm going to use the use navigate hook. /. Next, I'm going to display a toast message, toast.success. Account created successfully. Else, we're going to display a toast message. Email already exists. Otherwise, we are going to display a toast error message inside the catch block if something goes wrong. Toast.error can print the message error.response.data.message. This is going to be error and save this. For now, we are just handling the creating the account. Later, we are going to handle the login API as well. And save this, and also I'm going to add the finally block, and inside the finally block I'm going to set the loading to true, loading to false, because this finally block will be run irrespective of anything. And inside this finally block I'm setting the loading to false. Initially we are setting it here true, and now I'm going to scroll down. We have this button, and in this button I'm going to set the disable to loading, and here we have this text is create account, and I'm going to disable this if it is loading. If the loading is true, I'm going to disable this, otherwise this will be enabled. Also, I'm going to change the text to loading. What I'll do is I'm going to just remove this, and instead I'm going to make use of this loading. If the loading is true, I'm going to set the text as loading. Otherwise, I'm going to again make use of the is create account, and if the is create account is true, I'm going to display the text sign up. Otherwise, we're going to display the text login. Now let's save this, and if you open the browser, let me reload this. Looks like something is wrong. The requested module provide an export named app context. Let's go to the app context. Let me go to the app context. Let me remove this. This is an unwanted import statement. Let's save this, and let me reload this. Still something is wrong. The requested module login.jsx, something is wrong in this imports. So go to the top and remove this. Okay, so let's save this, and still something is wrong. Let me reload this. Okay, boom. Now we can able to see the login, and on click of this sign up, we can see the full name, email, and password. Everything is set now. We have to test it. I'm going to create a new account. Before that, what I'll do is I'm going to just remove all of the entries from the database. Right now we have, okay, let me select the database. And right now there are 2 entries in the database. I'm going to remove these 2 entries. Apply, and close. Now let's go to the browser. Let's add the name Bhushan, enter the email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in. Password I'm not going to enter. I'm going to just click on this sign up. We get the validation message, that is password is required. Let's add the password 123456, and on click of this sign up, you can see account created successfully, and we are navigating to the home page. Now what we need to do is we have to verify it in the database. Also we have to verify it in the inbox whether we get the welcome email or not. Let's go to the database, and you can see account is not verified. That's completely fine, and account has been created. Let's verify it in the inbox. Let's go to the Zoho Mail. I will open the account and go to the unread messages, and we should see the email which is welcome to our platform. And if I open this, you can see, hello Bhushan, thanks for registering with us, regards Authify team. Awesome. Now we can able to create the account. Let's continue. Now let's work on the login functionality. We need to capture the email and password, and we need to make an API call to the backend system. Let's do that. Let's go to the code, and here inside the login.jsx, we have this if condition. If it is create account is true, then we are going to make an API call to the register, else we are going to make a call to the login API. What I'll do is I'm going to make use of the axios.post. We need to pass the backend URL and /login. We need to pass email and password. Let me remove this name. Since this is an asynchronous call, I'm going to add await. We will get the response back. Once we get the response, I'm going to check the condition. If the response status is 200, I'm going to set is logged in to true. For that, I'm going to grab the state from the app context. Set is logged in. Set is logged in. I'm going to set it to true. And we are going to navigate to the home page. I'm going to use the navigate hook. Else, we know that something is wrong. Maybe the username or the email or password will be wrong. I'm going to print a toast error message. Toast.error. Email or password incorrect. Save this. Now let's go to the browser. Let's log in with the user Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in. I'm going to enter the invalid credentials. On click on this login, we get the message that is email or password is incorrect. Awesome. I'm going to enter the correct credentials. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on this login. You can see we have logged into the system and we are navigating to the home page. Now after we logged in, what we have to do is we have to change this developer to the logged in username, and we have to hide this login, and we have to display a drop down where the user can log out, and we will also display the icon, the profile icon. Let's do that. Once the user is logged in, we have to make one more API call to the profile API. If you remember, we have created the /profile API. We have to make the API call to that API to get the user details. We are going to make it inside the app context. So inside the app context, let's create a new function, const get user data. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this, let's add the try catch block. Axios.get, since this is a get method, and let's pass the URL, backend URL, and to this I'm going to concatenate /profile. Since this is an asynchronous function, I'm going to attach the await. We get the response. Let's add the condition. If the response status is 200, I'm going to update the state, set user data, response.data. Else, I'm going to print an error message using the toast, unable to retrieve the profile. This is the error message I'm going to add. Unable to retrieve the profile. I'm going to add the catch block as well. Let me add this as error, and I'm going to display a toast message, error.message. I'm going to print error.message. Save this. Now we need to pass this get user data to this context value. We can use this, or we can get this function inside the login.jsx. Inside the login.jsx, let's grab the get user data. Let me verify this. get user data. Now, as soon as we logged in, I'm going to call the function get user data and save this. Now, when we call this get user data, it is going to make an API call and it is going to retrieve the profile details and it is going to update the user data. Once the user data is updated, inside our header component, we can, instead of displaying the developer, we can display the user profile details. In the user profile details, we have the username, email, and other details is authenticated. We can make use of that. So let's do that. Instead of displaying this developer, I'm going to make use of the variable which is user data. At the top, what I'll do is I'm going to grab the user data. Let's use the use context. App context. We can check for the user data. If the user data is present, then user data dot name we are going to print, otherwise we are going to just print it as developer. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, let me reload this, and I'm going to click on this login. Let's log into the application. Bhushan 1982 at zohomail.in 23456. Click login. You can see, hey Bhushan, welcome to our product, and we can see the text. Now the user is logged in because it is able to fetch the profile details. In the profile details, we have the name, the username, and we are going to displaying that. Okay, next we need to hide this login button and we have to display the profile image and the drop down. Let's do that. Let's open the menu bar component. At the top, I'm going to create few states. Drop down open, set drop down open. Initially this is going to be false. I'm going to make use of the use ref drop down ref. Let's use the use ref. This is initially going to be null. Also, I'm going to make use of the use context to grab few things. I'm going to grab the user data. Let's pass the app context. Scroll down. Next, what we need to do after this logo and the text, I'm going to make use of the user data. User data, if the user data is present, we're going to display a few content. Else we're going to display this part, which is going to be the login button. And here, if the user data is present, then we are going to create the profile icon. So to do that, I'm going to create a div with a class position relative. Let's add the ref, and I'm going to provide the drop down ref which we have created at the top. And I'm going to create a div with the background dark, text white, rounded circle, flex, justify content center, align items center. Also, I'm going to add few inline style. Width 40 pixel, height 40 pixel, cursor pointer, user select none, and let me remove this, and I'm going to add the onClick event for this div. I'm going to make use of the set dropdown open. I'm going to access the previous state. I'm going to just add a not operator to use the previous state. I'm just going to negate it. And inside this, we need to display the first character of the username, user data, dot name, and I'm going to get the 0th index and I'm going to convert it to uppercase. This is going to get the first character of the name attribute or the name property. Next, I'm going to make use of the dropdown open. If the dropdown is open, I am going to create the content. Just create a div with a class position absolute, shadow, background white, rounded, padding 2. I will also add some inline style. Top, I'm going to add 50 pixel. Right, I'm going to add 0. Z index, I'm going to add 100. Inside this, I'm going to just check the is account is not verified. If the account is not verified, we have to display the text verify email, right? To do that, I'm going to make use of this. If the user data is not present, account verified. If the user account is not verified, then I'm going to display the text verify email. To do that, I'm going to create a div with a class drop down item, padding 1, I'm going to add 2, also I'm going to add text danger. Actually, this text danger is not required for this verify email. For the logout, we will add the text danger. And I'm going to also add the inline style. I'm going to add the cursor pointer. So let's add cursor pointer. Also, I'm going to attach the onClick event, but that we're going to handle it later. We don't have to worry about verifying the email as of now. Just I'm going to display verify email. Similarly, I'm going to create one more div that is for the logout. Let's add the text drop down item, This is the class. Text danger, I want to display it in the red color. Also I'm going to add this style, cursor pointer, let's add the text logout, and finally we are displaying this login button as well. In case if the user data is not present, we are displaying this login button. With this, let's save this, and if I go to the browser, you can see now we got this profile icon. On click of this, you can see we got this nice drop down, verify email logout. This verify email is displaying because we have not verified our account. If the account is verified, then we are checking the condition that is account verified to true, then we are not going to display it. Only we are going to display this is account verified is not true. That is why we have added this condition. If the user data dot is account is not verified, that is why we have added this. If it is not verified, then only we are going to display this verify email. Alright, now what we have to do is on click of this logout, we have to logging out from the application. Also on click of this outside, we are not closing this, we can handle that also, or we can just click on this to close the drop down. Let's create the logout API. Open the auth controller. Let's create a handler method public. This is going to return the response entity. Logout. This is going to be a post mapping. We can add the URI path, which is logout. This is actually a Spring Security URI path /logout, but we have disabled it. If you go to the security config, if you look at this, the logout, we have disabled it. And here what we need to do is let's get the HTTP servlet response. Inside this, basically we have to override the cookie with an empty value. Let's use the response cookie. We're going to set the JWT to empty value. HTTP only, we're going to set this to true. Secure, we're going to set it to false. Make sure to turn it to true in the production. Path, I'm going to add slash maximum age 0, same site, strict. I'm going to use the build method. Finally, I'm going to return the response entity. .ok. HTTP headers dot set cookie dot toString. Body, I'm going to write a message logged out successfully. Save this. Now we can test the implementation. Let it rebuild. Okay, the application has been restarted. Let's open the browser, not the browser. Let's open the Postman, and here let's log into the account. The password is 123456. Click on this send. The user is logged in. Now let's create a new endpoint that is going to be logout. I'm going to duplicate this login API, logout, This is going to be logout, and this is a HTTP post method. On click of this send, you can see we get the message logged out successfully. Now if the user try to read the profile, click on this send, we get the message 401 unauthorized, false, user is not authenticated, because we have logged out from the application. We have cleared the cookie. Alright, now we have created the logout API. We can continue with the front-end development. Inside this menu bar component, we can make use of the use effect hook. Inside this, what I'll do is I'm going to create a function, handle click outside. This is going to take the event as a parameter. Inside this, I'm going to write a condition if dropdown ref.current, and if not a dropdown reference.current.contains event.target. I'm going to set the dropdown open to false. We can make use of the document.add event listener. We'll use mouse down, and I'm going to attach the handle click outside function, and I'm going to return it. Document.remove event listener, mouse down, handle click outside. I'm going to pass the dependencies. I'm going to pass an empty array and save this. Now if you go to the browser, click on this, we get the dropdown. On click of outside of this, it should close the dropdown. Awesome, it is working as expected. Next, now we have to complete the logout functionality. Let's open the menu bar component, create a function, handle logout. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, let's add the try catch block. I'm going to pass the Axios defaults with credential to true. Let's import the Axios. I'm going to use the Axios.post method. We need to pass the backend URL. I'm going to get the backend URL from the use context. /logout. Since this is an asynchronous function, I'm going to attach the await. We get the response back. And I'm going to check for response.status is equal to 200. Then I'm going to set is logged in to false. I'm going to set the user data to false. Let's grab the set user data, and also I'm going to grab the set is logged in. I'm going to grab all this. Set user data and set is logged in, and I'm going to update this set is logged in to false, set user data to false. I'm going to use the navigate function to navigate to the home page. In case of any exceptions, we are going to catch that exception. toast.error, and we're going to display the error.message. Save this, and now we need to attach this handle logout to the logout text. So if you scroll down, we have this drop down, and in the drop down we have this logout, and to this logout let's attach the onClick event. OnClick, and for this onClick event let's add the handle logout. Save this. Now if you go to the browser, click on this verify email and logout, click on this logout, you can see we are logging out from the application and we are displaying the login button. Again click on this, we can log into the application. Click login. You can see we have logged in. We can see the text, hey Bhushan, and you can see verify email and logout. Awesome. Now we have completed the login functionality as well. Now we can continue with the verify email and the reset password. Now let's update the email verify component. Let's open the component. We already have this component. What I'll do is I'm going to first update the design. I'm going to add the Bootstrap classes, email verify container, deflex, align items center, justify content center, height 100, position relative. I will also add the inline style as well. The background color I'm going to add. Linear gradient. I'm going to add the colors. Also, I'm going to add border none. Inside the div, I'm going to add the React Router link component. Let's add the toProp. Inside this, I'm going to add the image tag to display the logo. We can use it from the assets. Let's add the height and width. Height, I'm going to add 32 pixels. Width 32. I'm going to add the text Authify. So let's add the class, font size 4, font weight semi-bold, text light, Authify. Also, I'm going to add few classes. Position absolute, top 0, start 0, padding 4, flex align item center, gap 2. Also I'm going to add the inline style. I'm going to add the text decoration none. We can actually add the Bootstrap class itself, text decoration none. We don't need this style at all. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser and if you navigate to slash, what is the URI path, we can go back to the app.jsx. Okay, email verify slash email verify, and you can see we get the logo and the authentified text. Now we can create a card to enter the OTP. Okay, let's create the card. Open the component. After this link, we are going to create a div with a class background dark. We don't need this background dark. Let's add text dark. Even we don't need this also. Let's just add the padding rounded 4, shadow. I'll also add the inline style, width, which is going to be 400 pixel. Let's add the heading 4, the h4. Let's add the class text center, font weight bold, margin bottom 2. Let's add the text email verify OTP. Let's add the paragraph, text center, text white 50, margin bottom 4. Enter the 6-digit code sent to your email. After this paragraph, we need to create the OTP inputs. Flex, justify content between, gap 2, margin bottom 4. Let me correct this. So something went wrong. Inside this, I'm going to restructure the array. We can use array of 6. We need the 6 text boxes, and I'm going to use, we don't need this key at all, so let's remove this, and on this we're going to call the map method. We're going to get the index, inside this let's create the input type is equal to text, and next we're going to add the maximum length to 1. Next we will add the Bootstrap classes, which is form control, text center. Let's add font size 4, OTP input, and we also need to add few more properties, that is ref and on change, key down and on paste, we are going to add it later. After this, what we need to do, we need to create the button, but before that we are getting this error. That is because we are calling this map method. On this map method we are passing the index, and looks like something we made wrong is defined but never used. This is because, let me remove this. And also we are getting this error here, looks like missing the key. Okay, we have missed the key prop, that is why, because okay, key, we are going to add the index. And let's make use of the index. Alright, now after this text boxes, I'm going to create a button btn primary, width 100, font weight semi bold, and let's add the text. We're going to make use of the state loader. Let's see whether we have created the state. We have not created any loader. For now, let's just add verify email. Later we are going to, once we create the state, we can handle it. With this, let us save the changes, and if you go to the browser, you can see we can able to see the card, but we have missed a few of the classes. That is why it is completely looking like this. What we can do, I'm going to just make few more changes here. First of all, I'm going to, for this card, I'm going to add the class which is background white. Save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see this is how it looks, but the text, it has become white and we have to make it as dark. For that, let's remove this text white 50. Save this. Now if you go to the browser, this is how it looks. Okay, next I'm going to create a few states at the top so that we can utilize those states to manipulate the data. First of all, I'm going to create the reference, that is using the use ref. Input ref is equal to use ref. Initially this is going to be an empty array. Next I'm going to create a one more state which is going to be loading. Set loading. This is initially it is going to be false. Also I'm going to, from the app context, I'm going to get the few states. Use context. I'm going to grab the get user data is logged in and user data, and let's pass the app context. Let's use the use navigate hook. I'm going to call this navigate. Okay, now we have created a few states. Next, what I wanted to do is, inside this input text box, I'm going to make use of the ref that we have created top, and I'm going to pass an inline function. I will make use of the input ref. Let me use input ref dot current. I'm going to pass the index, and next I want to add the on change event, on key down event, and the on paste event. But before that, what I would like to do is for this email, now I'm going to make use of, for this text, I'm going to make use of the state which is loading. If the loading is true, then we are going to display the text verifying. Otherwise, if it is false, then we are going to display the text verify email. And I'm going to add the disable property. I'm going to make this a disable property true using the loading state. If the loading state is true, then we are going to disable this button and save this. With this, now if I go to the browser, you can see verify email. On click of this verify, this will become text will be turned into verifying. Whenever we click on this, whenever we're making an API call, whenever the loading state becomes true, it is going to be shown as verify loading. So sorry, the verifying, we can test it. I'm going to just make this as true, save this, and you can see verifying. Okay, now I'm going to make it as false, save this. Next, what I would like to do is I'm going to create a few functions so that we can handle the on change, key down, and handle paste. Everything we can handle it here. Let's open the verify email, and at the top, first I'm going to create a function handle change. This is going to take the event as a parameter and the index as well. Inside this, first we need to get the value from the event.target.value. I want to call a replace method on this value, and I'm going to only get the digits. So for that, I'm going to use the expression, the regular expression I'm going to use. And I'm going to store that in a variable called const value. And then I'm going to assign this value to the target.value, e.target.value. I'm going to assign the value back. Next, I'm going to write a condition if the value is present and if the index is less than 5, then I'm going to use the input ref to use the current and index plus 1. I'm going to call the focus function. Save this. Okay, now we are creating this handle change function. And next I'm going to create one more function that is going to be handle key down. This is going to be handle key down. This will accept the event and index as a parameter. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to write the condition if, let me write event dot key if it is equal to backspace, and if the value is not present, e.target.value and index is greater than 0, then I want to use the input ref dot current index minus 1 dot focus. I'm going to call this function. And next I'm going to create one more function which is going to be handle paste. So I wanted to copy the OTP and I want to paste it inside that input text boxes. For that I'm going to create one more function handle paste option. This will takes the event as a parameter. First, I'm going to stop reloading the entire web page, and I'm going to make use of the clipboard data. So I'm going to store that in a variable called paste event.clipboard data.get data. I'm going to grab the text. I'm going to use the slice method on this 0,6, and I'm going to split it into as an empty string. Now I can use the paste dot for each method. To this we can pass the digit and the index. Let me wrap this in a bracket since we are using the two parameters. Inside this, again I'm going to write a condition if input ref dot current index, if it is present, I'm going to use the input ref dot current index dot value is equal to digit. This is going to paste the entire OTP into the input text boxes. And finally, I'm going to use the paste dot length. If it is less than 6, then paste dot length we're going to add, otherwise we're going to add it 5. Next, input ref dot current, I'm going to use the next variable which we have created at the top, and I'm going to call the focus function. Save this. Basically, if the whatever we have copied, that length is less than 6, then we're going to, whatever it is there, that we're going to paste it. That length we're going to paste it, otherwise we're going to paste that is as 5. Okay, now let's save this. Okay, now we have created the handle paste, handle key down, and handle change, and we can use these functions to add the events to these input text boxes. So let's use the onChange event, and to this we can call the function that is handle change, and to this we can pass the event and the index. Next, we can use the on key down. We can pass the inline function handle key down. To this we can pass the event and the index. And finally, on paste, we're going to call the function on paste. With this, save the changes. Now just to test it, what I'll do is, let's go to the browser. I'm going to copy the OTP. Do I have any previous OTPs? Let me verify. Let's go to the notifications, or I can go to the newsletter, and we have this one OTP. So just grab this OTP and go to the browser, and I'm going to click on this and I'll paste it. You can see the OTP has been pasted to all of these input text boxes, and I'm going to just click on this backspace, and you can see we are clearing the OTPs by clicking on the backspace. Alright, looks like our entire functionality is working as expected related to this OTP. Also, when I try to enter the text, it will, as soon as I enter the first OTP, the first digit in the OTP, it will move, the focus will be moved to the next text box. You can see. Alright, and the next part what we need to do is, on click of this verify email, we have to make an API call. Let's continue to do that. Okay, now on click of this verify email, we have to verify the OTP. Let's make an API call for that. At the top, I'm going to create a function handle verify. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, first we need to get the OTP. The OTP will get it from this input ref dot current dot map. We can use the input dot value. On this I can call the join method to grab all the OTPs. This will give us the OTP. I'm going to store that in a variable called const OTP. Next, I'm going to check the validation. If the OTP dot length is not equal to 6, I'm going to show an error message using this toast dot error. Please enter all 6 digits of the OTP. And I'm going to stop the execution. I'm going to call the return function, return. And after this, I'm going to set the loading to true, and I'm going to make an API call, try. Inside this, I'm going to use the axios dot post. We need the backend URL. Let me see whether we are grabbing the backend URL from the context. Okay, let's grab the backend URL. Now we can use the backend URL. Let's add the URI path / verify OTP. To this we need to pass the OTP. Let's pass OTP. This is going to be an asynchronous call. I'm going to add the await, and once we get the response back, we can check the condition. If the response.status is 200, we're going to show a toast message that is OTP verified successfully. OTP verified successfully. Else, we're going to show the error message that is invalid OTP. After this, once the OTP is verified successfully, we need to get the user data, and I'm going to navigate to the home page. Let me see whether we are grabbing the user data or not. Okay, we get the user data by calling that function. Else, we are going to show the error message, and in case of any exceptions, we are going to handle the exception using the catch block. Sorry, this is going to be here, and inside this I'm going to show an error toast. Let's add the message, failure to verify the OTP, please try again. And in the finally block, I'm going to set the loading to false. Save this. Now we can test this functionality. Before that, we have to attach this function. So let's go to the bottom and here we have this button, and to this button I'm going to attach the onClick event, and I can call the function handle verify. But before that, before we verify this OTP, first we have to send the OTP. That part we haven't done that. So what we need to do is, on click of this verify email, we have to send an email to send the OTP. We have to make an API call for that. Let's do that. Go to the top, and I'm going to create a function const send verification OTP, and this is also going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, let's add the try catch block, and we need to send the we're going to make use of the with credential to true, Axios defaults with credential to true. Let's use the Axios dot post, and we will use the backend URL, and we're going to pass the URI, the route path, which is, or the URI path, that is going to be send OTP. We're not passing any data. This is going to be an asynchronous function, so I will add await. We get the response back. Once we get the response, we can check the status. If the status is 200, we will navigate to the email verify, navigate email verify, and I'm going to print a toast message, that is OTP has been sent successfully. OTP has been sent successfully. If the status is not 200, we're going to print an error message in the toast, unable to send OTP. And in the catch block, if any error occurs inside the catch block, we're going to print the message in a toast, toast.error, error.response.data.message, and save this. Next, we need to reference this function to this email verify text. So scroll down, we have this email verify. I'm going to attach the onClick event, send verification. Let me onClick send verification OTP. Let's save this. Now we can test our functionality. Let's go back to the browser. I'm going to click on this Authify. So let's log in. Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in. Okay, the user is logged in, and since we have not verified the email, we should see this verify email text. Click on this, and you can see the message OTP has been sent successfully, and we are navigating to the email verify. We should able to receive the OTP. Let's go to the browser, and you can see account verification OTP. We have received the OTP. I'm going to copy this and I'll just paste it, and now we have to verify this email. So click on this button. You can see OTP verified successfully. So now we have verified the account. Now on click of this, you can see we are no longer seeing the text verify email because we have verified the account. Now we are only seeing the logout button. Now let's go back to the browser and verify it in the database as well. I'm going to just execute the query. You can see the account is verified, and the verify OTP and verify OTP expiration becomes null and 0. Awesome. Now we have completed the first part. The next part is to reset password. Let's do that as well. Before we start the reset functionality, one last thing what I'm going to do is, right now the user is logged in. When I click on this reload, you can see we are logging out from this application. In order to fix this, what I'll do is, let's open the app context. Inside this, I'm going to create a new function, const get auth state. We have to retain that state. This is going to be an asynchronous function. If you remember, we have created an API endpoint is authenticated. We're going to make an API call to that API. Inside the try catch block, we are going to make use of the axios.get. We're going to pass the backend URL and we are going to pass the path, which is authenticated. I'm going to add the await. We get the response back. Once we get the response, we're going to check the condition. Response status is 200 and response.data is equal to true. We're going to set the is logged into true, and we are going to get the user data. Let's add the await, else we're going to set is logged into false, and I'm going to add the catch, not here. Here I'm going to add the catch. In case of any exceptions, we're going to handle the exception. So for that, I'm going to write a condition if error.response, if the response is present, then I'm going to add the message, that is error.response.data.message. I'm going to just, before getting the message, I'm going to check whether the data is present or not. Or I'm going to print the message or add the message, authentication check failed. Else we are going to toast a message, or even we can just toast a message, that is toast.error, error.message we can print, and finally I'm going to set is logged into false, and I can toast this error message, toast.error, and I'm going to print this message. Save this. Next, we have to call this function inside the use effect hook. Let's use the use effect hook. Let's call the get auth state, and I'm going to pass an empty dependencies. Save this. Let's log into the account. I'm going to log in with the user. Click on this login. Now the user is logged in. Now when I click on this reload, we should not be logged out from this application. So let's see what will happen. I'm going to click on this reload. We are getting this error message, user is not authenticated. This is likely because, let me go back. Here we are not passing the with credentials to true for the Axios. So let's pass that as well. At the top, I'm going to use Axios dot defaults dot with credentials. We're going to set this to true and save this. Now let me remove this unused import, and now if I go to the browser, you can see now we have automatically logged in. And now I'm going to reload this. You can see we are still stays as logged in. Okay, looks like this functionality is working as expected. Next, what we need to do is we have to complete the reset password functionality. We have to handle one more thing before we move on to the reset password. That is, since the user is already verified the email address, now if the user is trying to navigate to the email verify, we should not allow him to navigate to the component. So if I hit enter, you can see still the user can able to visit this email verify OTP even though the account is already verified. This should not happen. We have to take the user back to the login page, the home page if the email is already verified. Let's fix this. Let's go to the component which is email verify component. Here I'm going to use the use effect hook. Inside this, I'm going to check is logged in true and user data is present and user data dot is account verified is true. Then we don't have to go to the email verify. We can directly take the user to the home page. And I'm going to add the dependencies, that is logged in and user data. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, now since the user is already verified, now if the user is trying to navigate to email verify, you can see we are not navigating to the email verify. Instead, we are navigating it back to the home page. So let's try one more time. Email verify. You can see we are not navigating to the email verify component. Alright, now we can completed related functionalities to the email verify. Now we can move on to the reset password functionality. Now let's complete the reset password functionality. On click of this login, the login card is opening, and on click of this forgot password, we are navigating to the reset password. Let's design this component. Let me close all of these files and I'm going to open the reset password JSX. Let's create a div. I'm going to add few Bootstrap classes. Deflex, align, items center, justify content center, height, vertical height 100, position relative. I will also add inline style, background. I'm going to add the background color, linear gradient 90 degree. I'm going to add the color. I'm going to add one more color. And I'm going to add border none. I can move this to the same line. Next, inside this we need to create a logo. I'm going to use the link component from React Router DOM. Let's add the toProp. I'm going to add the Bootstrap classes, position absolute, top 0, start 0, padding 4, flex, align items center, gap 2, text decoration none, and we can add the image. We can use from the assets dot logo. Let's add the text logo, height 32, width 32. We can add the text Authify. So let's add the class, font size 4, font weight semi bold, text light. Authify is the text. Save this. Now we don't need this custom class. Let's remove this. Save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see the same logo which we have added in other pages. Okay, now we have to design the card. First, I'm going to create few states. At the top, I'm going to use the useRef hook. This is going to be an empty array. Next, I'm going to create a loader, loading, set loading. Initially, this is going to be false. Next, I'm going to grab few things from the context. Let's grab the get user data, is logged in, user data, and backend URL. Let's pass the app context. Next, let's use the use navigate hook. I'm going to call this navigate. Let me actually move all of this into one place, these hooks. Now we can create the states. Next, I'm going to create one more state, that is email new password const email set email. Initially, this is going to be an empty string. Next, new password. New password, set new password. Initially, this is also going to be an empty string. I'm going to create one more state, that is email sent, set email sent. Initially, this is going to be false. Create OTP, set OTP. This is going to be an empty string. Create one more state, that is OTP submitted. Set is OTP submitted. This is also going to be false. And I'm going to use the Axios to send the credentials to true. Defaults dot with credentials, I'm going to set this to true. Okay, now we are using this useRef hook, use navigate hook, use state, and use context. Now we can use all these states to build the card. Now I'm going to just comment few things. Here we are going to create a card to enter the email address. This is going to be a reset password card. Here first I'm going to write the condition, is email is not sent. If the email we have not sent, is email is not sent, then only we are going to display this card. Let's create a div with a class. We don't need the background dark. Let's add rounded 4, padding 5, text center. I'm going to add the inline style, width 100%, maximum width 400 pixel. I'm going to create h4. Let's add the class name, text dark, margin bottom 2. In fact, we don't need this text dark, we just need the margin bottom. And I'm going to add the text reset password. Next, let's add a paragraph with the text or margin bottom 4. Let's add the text, enter your registered email address. Next, we can create the form. We don't need the action. Inside the form, let's actually create a div with a class input group, margin bottom 4, and I'm going to add background secondary, background opacity 10, rounded pill, and create a span with a class input group text, background transparent, border 0, padding 4. Let's add the Bootstrap icons, bi, envelope, and next I'm going to add this input tag, input, it is going to be an email. Let's add the class form control, background transparent, border 0, text white, padding 1, padding 4, rounded end. Also, I'm going to add, we don't need this ID and name. Let's add the placeholder, enter your email address, or just add enter email address. Next, let's add this style. This is going to be an inline style. Height I'm going to add 50 pixel. On change, I'm going to use the set email to set the value, e.target.value. Value is going to be an email. I'm going to add the required property to make this as mandatory field. And I'm going to close this div. And after this div, I'm going to create a button. So button, which is of type btn primary, width 100, padding 2, type is going to be submit. Save this. Now if you open the browser, okay, this is how it looks like. we made some mistake. What I'll do is I'm going to remove few of the classes. First, I'm going to add the background white. Next, inside this input text box, I'm going to remove this text white. Save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see this is how it looks, and when I enter, it will display in the dark color, the text. Okay, now we have created this reset password card, and if I try to click on this submit, it will show the validation message, please fill out this field. Next, what I'll do is after this, we need to create a one more card. I'm going to add a comment. This is going to be card for OTP. And inside this, what I'll do is, okay, something we made mistake, that is form, we have this div, and after this we have to add the comment. Okay, so let's add the comment, OTP card, and here we will make use of the state variables which we have created at the top. We're going to display this card only is OTP is not submitted, and is email sent. If we already sent an email to true, and if the OTP is not submitted, then we are going to create this card. We are going to make use of the same old card which we have created in the email verify. So open the email verify, scroll down, we have created this card, this one. I'm going to just grab this, let's paste it. Now we need to add this handle paste and handle change, handle key down, everything we have to copy it from the same place. Let's go to the email verify. We need this handle change, handle key down, handle paste. So copy all these three. At the top, I'm going to paste it. We need this input ref. At the top, I'm going to make this as input ref. And do we have any errors? Let's see. Alright, looks like everything is added, and we don't need this actually, verify email. This on-click property, we don't need this as of now. Let's remove this. Save this. Now if you go to the browser, we should see the reset one more field. That is because I'm going to see this. What I'll do is I'm going to make this is email sent. I'm going to make it as true. Save this. And you can see we get this email verify OTP, right? Okay, next, looks good. I'm going to make this as false and save this. First, the user will enter the password and click off this submit. We are going to send an email OTP to the email address, and then we are going to hide this card and we're going to display the OTP card. That's the idea. Once the user is entered the OTP correctly, then we are going to show one more card, that is entering the new password. We have to develop that last piece of card. Let's do that. Let's create the new password form. After this, I'm going to add a comment, new password form. Now we are going to make use of the states is OTP is submitted and email is sent, both are true. Then we are going to display the form. Let's create a div with a class rounded 4, padding 5, text center. I will also add the inline style, width 100%, maximum width 400 pixel. Let's create a heading 4. Let's add the text, new password. We'll add the paragraph with a margin bottom 4. Add the text, enter the new password below. Create a form. We don't need this action attribute. Create a div with a class input group, margin bottom 4, background secondary, background opacity 10, rounded pill. Create a span with a class input group text, background transparent, border 0, padding 4. Let's add the Bootstrap icons, bi, person, fill, lock. I'm going to add the input text box. This is going to be input type password. I'm going to add the class form control and background transparent, border 0, text. We don't need this text white, and padding and rounded end. And I'm going to add the placeholder, just add few stars. I will add the style, height 50 pixel. On change, I'm going to add the set new password, e.target.value, which is going to be new password. I'm going to add the required attribute. After this, I'm going to add the button. Button type is equal to submit. I'm going to add the text btn primary with 100. Let's add the text, submit. With all of these changes, let's verify it. Let's go to the browser. We're not able to see this because let's make these states as true. Then we can verify the changes. Is email sent, I'm going to set it to true. Is OTP submitted, I'm going to set it to true. Save this. If you open the browser, okay, looks like something is wrong. Let me make this as false, and let me make this as false. Save this, reset the password. That is fine. I wanted to, let me verify what we have added the states. New password form, is OTP submitted to true, and is email sent to true. So if that's the condition, we have to display this new card. Let me go ahead and set this to is OTP to true. I'm going to set this to true as well. Let's go back to the browser. We should see the card, but something is wrong. Let's actually verify one more time. Okay, I think looks like we have to add this at the very end. We have just made a mistake. So after this button, we have this div, and after this div, here we have to add this. So let's actually verify this. Let me save this, and if I go to the browser, yes, now we are able to see the new card, but again we made some mistakes. We have to misted few classes. Let's add background white, and this is going to be background secondary. Save this. If you go to the browser, and you can see this is how it looks like. Awesome. Now our all three cards are created. Now we have to add the functionality. Before that, let me go ahead and make this as false. The states at the top, let me change this to false. Also, I'm going to change this to false. Save this. Now if I go to the browser, the first card I'm able to see, reset password. First, I'm going to attach the onSubmit handler to this submit button. I'm going to create a new function that is going to be const onSubmit email. This is going to be an asynchronous function. First, I'm going to stop reloading the entire web page, e.prevent default. Inside the try block, we can make use of the axios.post. We will make use of the backend URL. To this backend URL, I'm going to concatenate the path, send reset OTP. I will add the email, Let's remove this part, the password. We are just sending the email in the query params. I'm going to add the await. Since this is an asynchronous call, we get the response back, and I'm going to check the condition. If the response dot status is 200, then I'm going to display a success toast message, that is password reset OTP sent successfully. I'm going to set is email sent to true, else I'm going to show the error message toast.error. Something went wrong, please try again. And I'm going to add the catch block, toast.error. We can print the error message, error.message. I will also add the finally block. I'm going to set the loader to false, and initially I'm going to make this as true, set loading to true. And when I send the OTP, what I'll do is, first of all, we have to attach the onSubmit email to the button. Let's add the onClick, not the onClick. We have to add, for the form, we need to add onSubmit email, and I will add the disable property, which is going to be is loading. And also I'm going to add the text, if is, okay, we don't have the is loading, so let's verify whether we have added the state or not. Loading and set loading. Okay, this is going to be loading, and If the loading is true, then I'm going to add the text loading. Otherwise, I'm going to add submit. Save this. Now we are making the API call. Once we successfully send the OTP, it will automatically display the next form, which is the OTP form, and we have to enter the OTP. And once we enter the OTP and when we click on the submit, we have to display the third form. To do that, what I'll do is, for this OTP button, we have this button where we are showing the text verifying and verify email. But what I'll do is, I'm going to just add the text that is going to be, okay, let's keep it as it is, but I'm going to add the on click event. On click, this is going to be handle verify. And we need the handle verify method, so we can create the function at the top, handle verify. Let's go to the top. So inside here, I'm going to just add the function that is handle verify. Inside this, here we don't have to make any of the API calls. We just need to set the states and we have to display the next form, that is entering the new password. But here we have to grab all the OTPs. To do that, I'm going to use the input ref.current.map function we are going to use. And let's take this as input. And I'm going to use the input dot value, and I'm going to use the join method. We're going to join all the digits. So let's call this OTP. Now we can check the condition. If the OTP length is not equal to 6, we have to show a toast error message. Toast.error. Please enter all 6 digits of the OTP, and I'm going to stop the execution. Once we get all the OTPs, let's set the OTP. Let's update the state, and we're going to set is OTP submitted to true. If we done this, then it will automatically show the third form. And at the last, I'm going to create last function to submit the new password. On submit new password, this is going to be an asynchronous function. First, I'm going to stop the reloading the web page. e.prevent default. Inside the try catch block, const, let's use the axios.post. Let's use the backend URL, and to send the URI path reset password, and to this reset password we can pass email, OTP and new password. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Let's attach the await const response. I'm going to check the condition. If the status is 200, then we're going to show the success toast message, that is password reset successfully. And I'm going to navigate to the login page. User can log in with a new password. Else we are going to show an error message, that is something went wrong, please try again. And finally, I'm going to handle the exception using the catch block toast.error error.message. and I'm going to add finally set loading to false. Here I'm going to set the loading to true. Okay, next we have to attach this to the form. Let's go to the third card. Here this form we have on submit new password, and here I'm going to add the disabled property. Disabled is loading, and here I'm going to add the text using the if it is loading, then I'm going to show loading, otherwise I'm going to display the text submit. Let's save this. Now we almost completed. All we need to do is we have to test our functionality. Let's test the complete reset flow functionality. Open the browser. Let me go to the home page, and now the user will click on this login and click on this forgot password. Let's enter the email address. If I try to click the submit, we get the validation message bhushan1992@zohomail.in. Click submit, and you can see password reset OTP sent successfully, and we get the email verify OTP dialog box or the card. Now we can go to the browser and we should see the password reset email. Click on this, we get the OTP. Let me copy this OTP and let's go back and paste it and click on this verify email, and we get this new password form. Enter that new password 123456 Earlier it was 126. Now I'm adding one extra digit 123456 Click on this submit. You can see the password reset successfully. Now we have navigated to the login page. Awesome. Let's actually enter the email address. I'm going to enter the previous password, the old password 123456. Click login. We get the validation message, email or password is incorrect. So let's enter the correct password and click login. Boom, we logged in. Welcome to our product. Hey Bhushan. And when I click on this, log out because we have already verified our account. Awesome. All of our functionality is working as expected. And I'm just going to click on this logout. And next what I'll do is I'm going to just reload this page. Let's see what will happen. Okay, I will remove this debugger. And you can see simply when I reload this web page, I'm getting this user is not authenticated. We don't want this to display it. This is because let's go to the app context. And here we have this auth state and we have this added this try catch block. That is completely fine, but we are just adding these toast messages because of that. I'm going to just remove these toast messages. We don't need all of this. Simply we just log the error message to the console. Console.error. Error, we can log it. Save this and let's go to the browser. When I click on this reload, now you can see we don't see any of the error messages. Awesome. We almost completed. One last thing what we need to do is if you look at these emails are pretty boring. Okay, actually we can design these emails as well. We can add the templates and we can design this how in professional websites, how the people will show the buttons inside the email and they will add the logo, company logo and everything. We can add all those things, but just to give you a glimpse how we can design the templates, the email templates, let's use the time leaf and we will design one of the template, the reset password OTP and the email verify OTP. All we will design it and we will wrap up the entire video. Let's continue. First, let's add the dependencies to the Spring API application. Open the IntelliJ, open the pom.xml. Let's quickly add the time leaf dependency. We can just copy this, paste it. Now I'm going to add this artifact ID, Spring Boot starter time leaf. I will also add one more dependency, which is going to be arg.timeleaf, artifact ID, timeleaf Spring 5, and I will also add the version, which is going to be 3.1.2 release. I'm going to just reload the Maven changes. Okay, this is the first step. The second step is we need to add the timeleaf templates inside this templates folder. I'm going to create a file which is going to be verify-email.html. I'm going to create one more file that is going to be password reset email, password reset email.html. Just to save some time, I have already created the templates. I'm going to just add these templates. This is pretty straightforward. You can download the source code. I have given the link in the description section of this video. You can just copy these templates. I have just added the styling and added the text password reset, and also I have added the timeleaf namespace at the top, and I have just added the text forgot password, and I have also added the paragraph we received a password reset request for your account, and we are just adding this email. These email, the placeholders, we are going to pass it from the email service. We had to make changes to the email service, but here we are adding the OTP, and also I'm going to display this footer. Everything is pretty straightforward. Similarly, I'm going to make changes. I'm going to update the verify email as well. Let's add this. We are just adding the email and OTP to this as well. Save this. Now let's go to the email service. Let's comment these two methods, and we're going to let me add a method which is send OTP email, and here I'm going to do, I'm just use this my message helper and the template engine. I have just added the template engine also. We are injecting this, and next I'm going to add one more method, that is send reset email. Let's add that too. Okay, so let's save this. You can find the source code in the description section of this video. You can easily get it, and you can just copy it and paste it here. Okay, now let's test one last time. So what I'll do is I'm going to first remove the record from the database. Let's go to the database, and right now we have a single user. I'm going to just remove this, apply, click apply, and close this. Now let's go to the browser, and I'm going to click on this login, and before that let's actually stop the server and restart it because we have made few changes. Okay, the application is started. I'm going to click on this sign up, create a new account, Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in 123456. This is the password. Click on this sign up, and you can see account created successfully. Now we can log into the account. Click login, Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in 123456. Let's go to the email inbox and see the welcome email. We got the welcome email. Of course, we haven't made any changes. We haven't added any new templates for the welcome email. This looks as it is. We have to check for the other two templates. Let's go back and click on this login, and now we got this verify email. Just click on this verify email. You can see OTP has been sent successfully. Now we should see the email, that is account verification OTP, and boom, you can see now we have added the new templates, and this is how it looks. Of course, we haven't made a drastic changes to the templates. You can explore it and you can add the new things to the templates, but you got the point how we can use the time leaf to design the email templates. Okay, now let's copy this OTP and paste it. Now click on this verify email. OTP verified successfully. Boom. Now we don't see that verify email option at all. Now let's click on this. First of all, I'm going to just reload this, and boom, we are stay inside the account. We have not logged out at all. Now I'm going to click on this logout. We have logged out, and click on this forgot password. Enter the email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in. Click submit. Boom, passwords reset OTP sent successfully. Let's go to the email inbox. We should see the new email. Let me reload this, and yes, we got the new password, new email. Let's go to the newsletter. Yes, forgot password, and you can see this also we have designed. Forgot your password. We got the email, OTP, and everything's looks great. So let's copy this OTP, enter the OTP, click verify email, and let's enter the new password 123456 click submit. You can see password reset successfully. Let's log in again. I'm going to log in zohomail.in with a old password 123456. Click login. We get the error message, email or password is incorrect. Let's enter the correct password. Login. Boom, we have logged in. Hey Bhushan, and we also got this logout button as well. Alright, now we have completed everything. Let me log out. I hope you guys enjoyed this complete video series. You got the point how we can add the authentication to the React and Spring Boot application, how we can configure the emails, how we can send the email notifications for various operations, how we can design the email templates using the time leaf. I hope you enjoyed as much as I enjoyed while recording this video. Feel free to download the source code. I drop a link in the description section of this video. If you find any difficulties, drop an email or even add your comments in the comment section. Make sure to share this video with your friends, colleagues, and in your WhatsApp groups. This will help me to create more such videos, and it will also help other developers, students, recent graduates to learn the new concepts and the authentication system in the React and Spring Boot ecosystem. That's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Take care.